Chapter 23:12. There's no rush. Now is not the time for you to be anxious. There is someone even more anxious than you. Ah! Wang Yin looked in the direction Yuan Zhen pointed. It was the altar where the 9th Prince Wang Yin was. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Ha! Stop looking. Hide first. Yuan Zhen pulled up his hood, hiding his face even deeper. Then he turned around and said, "Mr. Yuan, tell me, where is the 9th altar?" Wang Yin asked anxiously as he pulled up his hood and shifted his gaze to Yuan Zhen. Wang Yin retracted his gaze and shifted it to Yuan Zhen. Then he said anxiously, a crazed look flashing in his eyes. Wang Yin asked anxiously as he withdrew his gaze and shifted it to Yuan Zhen. Wang Yin had never felt so close to the crown prince position before. Since he was young, he had always been a joke among the many princes. Wang Yin clenched his right fist tightly, feeling a surge of hot-bloodedness. Yuan Zhen glanced over and saw Wang Yin's expression. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. I like your current state. However, this is indeed not the time to tell you. Come and hide with me first. The destruction in the battle later will surpass your imagination." Battle? Wang Yin appeared somewhat confused. First brother was so strong now. Who would dare to fight him? Wang Yin felt helpless to have such an idiot. Yuan Zhen sighed in his heart. Then he gave a simple explanation. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. When your brothers wake up, they will understand this principle. They will only have a chance if they work together and destroy your first brother's altar. Don't you see that your first brother's guests are guarding the altar, not daring to move at all? Wang Yin looked around. Indeed, that was the case. Although the Xuewu dynasty experts and the 6-vein sovereign emperor, Zuyu, appeared relaxed, they did not relax at all. However, he did not let his guard down at all. He warily looked at his surroundings, his defense airtight, not revealing any openings. When Wang Yin thought of the battle that Yuan Zhen spoke of, he immediately felt horrified. If it was as Yuan Zhen said, just the ridiculously strong guests of the 8th prince and the 13th prince working together would not count the guests of the other princes. What kind of destructive power would that be? Wang Yin did not dare to imagine. Startled to his senses, Wang Yin shouted, "Go! Go! Go! Let's leave quickly. Don't move. Follow me." Yuan Zhen shook his head slightly. Then he led the way, leading the group of guests and the 4th prince far away. The storm in the core region intensified. The 1st prince, who had absorbed another altar's dragon essence, became even more ferocious. He was so strong that he was beyond reason. Just a look from him was enough to make people tremble in fear. At this moment, aside from Wang Fei's altar, only 3 altars remained. There were the 11th prince, the 9th prince Wang Yan, and the 6th prince Wang Ming. The other altars were either destroyed or abandoned. Grim Reaper Lin Feng and the Universe Origin Sex Chu Feng both had ugly expressions on the 11th prince's altar. Should we defend or abandon? The 11th prince looked at the 2 of them. He was still hesitant and conflicted. Chu Feng said, after some thought, "There's no rush. He will definitely target the 9th prince Wang Yan with this sword strike. Your Highness, you should focus on refining the Yan imperial sword. Only by perfectly merging one's great Tao will one have a chance to compete with him." Lin Feng glanced around and said calmly, "There are still many uncertainties. I think that the 8th prince and the 13th prince can't wait any longer." "That's right. 8th brother and 13th brother will definitely not sit back and watch 1st brother continue to be strong." The 11th prince made up his mind, no longer conflicted. Then he focused on refining the Yan imperial sword. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The 11th prince did not want to give up yet. Amid the fierce, sacred flame, Wang Yan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 1st prince, Wang Fei. The shock in his heart had yet to fade. Too fast. It was simply too fast. The first prince, Wang Fei, did not give anyone much time to react. He destroyed the 4 altars with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, he was so strong that no one could bear to look at him directly. The tyranny of the kingship, Tao, made Wang Fei's heart swell to the point that it nearly distorted. Wang Fei was ruthless and decisive when he attacked. Wang Fei eliminated 2 of his greatest threats and 2 of the weakest princes. At this moment, no one could compete with him. 9th Prince, your fate is already in chaos. I can see the situation of the various places. The fate of heaven is in chaos. The heavenly book scholar frowned heavily. At the crucial moment, his fate failed, making him feel somewhat guilty. However, Your Highness's fate is a clash of yin and yang. It is hard to determine good or bad. I suggest that Your Highness avoid it for now. Those who submit to me prosper. Those who oppose me die. After Wang Fei finished refining the newly absorbed dragon essence, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan while laughing maniacally. As everyone expected, the target of Wang Fei's sword strike was the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Shao Qin, do you dare to receive this sword strike of mine? When Wang Fei saw Shao Qin on the altar, the murderous intent that he had been suppressing for a long time finally erupted without fear. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian raised his sword and brandished it, the foundation of a dynasty that had more than 100,000 years of history. The 100,000-odd years of accumulations of a dynasty turned into a towering sword light, looking like a sharp saber piercing through the sky as it descended on the altar where Wang Yan was. This already equaled the peak strike of a 7-veined sovereign emperor, perhaps even more horrifying. Most importantly, this was in the depths of the ancient Yan emperor tomb. Even a true 7-veined sovereign emperor or an 8-veined sovereign emperor would find it hard to display such might. The unparalleled sword light far surpassed the previous 4 sword strikes. This sword strike contained the vast sword light of the dynasty's might. It was also the legendary body of the dynasty that had weathered the river of time. The might of the sword made the vast and boundless core region seem incredibly insignificant. Should he defend or retreat? It all depended on Wang Yan's thought. Shao Qin closed his eyes and let the strong wind caused by the sword might flutter his clothes and long hair. Wang Fei had specifically asked Shao Qin to receive this sword strike. However, it was not up to him whether he wanted to receive it or not. It was not a matter of whether Wang Yan could receive it or not. Instead, if Wang Yan chose to retreat, receiving this sword strike would be meaningless. This king has never let anyone down in my life. Since everyone did not let me down, I will not let everyone down. Please help me receive this sword strike. We will live and die together. Wang Yan's calm words were indistinct before the vast sword might. However, it was like tar, igniting the hot-bloodedness in the hearts of Qin Zhuolin, the heavenly book scholar, and the others. They no longer showed any intention of retreating when facing this startling sword strike. Fight! My name is Xiao Suo. Today, I wield the flag with my body of flesh and blood. Scarlet Blood Pirate King, please bestow me an undefeatable fighting spirit. Half a lifetime of ups and downs, wandering from place to place. Half a lifetime of invincibility, running amok. Xiao Suo shouted and burned his life force. The scarlet war banner fluttered in the wind. The undefeatable battle hunger that Shao Qin inherited from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King crossed time and space, breaking through the barriers of time and space from the distant past. It turned into a blood-red sun and lit up the area, forcing back the sun-like radiance of the Wang Fei dynasty. The sun is like the sky. The true fire will never be extinguished. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai's expression did not change. Then, like tar, he turned into the solar true flame and started burning. His eyes turned golden, and his great, desolate Ian bloodline was completely activated. Immediately, a golden crow circled around the altar, pointing at the sun as the sky, drawing the earth as the dragon. Qin Zhuolin brought out his dragon-seeking art to its limits. He pointed one finger at the sky and the other at the ground. The location of his finger happened to be the blood-colored sun formed by the undefeatable battle will, and it instantly turned into a small altar. Under the sword that was formed from the foundation of 100,000 years of the empire, it forcefully propped up the sky. His other hand pointed to the ground, drawing the earth as a dragon, summoning the image of a dragon vein to soar up with a resplendent golden crow. Righteous chi of heaven and earth, sun, moon, and galaxy. The heavenly book scholar could not care too much. He slowly opened the folding fan in his hand. Borrowing the sun, moon, and stars, he transformed his righteous chi into a blessing for this world. Aside from Xiao Chen, Wu Meng, and the others on the altar did their best, even overdrawing on their life force. To block the unparalleled sword materialized by the 100,000 years of the dynasty's accumulations. Kill! Xiao Suwa took the lead. He held the blood-colored war banner in his hand as he charged toward that brilliant sword light. It looked like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a suicidal move. Even the feudal lords outside the palace could not bear to watch. Dang! The instant the scarlet blood war banner clashed with the sword light, Xiao Suwa vomited a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared in his right hand, which held the war banner. Xiao Suwa's undefeatable battle hunger actually blocked that unparalleled sword light for a moment. Everyone was shaken. This scene was just too inconceivable. Even the 8th prince and the 13th prince did not dare to receive this sword strike. To think that a guest of the 9th prince blocked it. Brother Xiao, I'll help you. Whoosh! It looked like the cracks on Xiao Sua's arm would spread to his entire body. Then 5 figures soared into the air at the same time. Qin Zhuolin gathered all the power of the world that he could connect to himself. He turned into a dragon image and attacked the sword light materialized by the dynasty, one from the left and one from the right, together with the golden crow that Hao Kai turned into. Crack! Crack! Before everyone's incredulous gazes, cracks appeared in that sword light, showing signs of crumbling. The first prince's expression changed dramatically. How can it be like this? The kingship Tao that the first prince cultivated could not tolerate such failure. Once the kingship Tao failed, it would harm the great Tao's origin. However, just as the first prince prepared to attack again, he suddenly felt a chill. When the first prince looked in the direction of the chill, he saw that Xiao Qin had opened his eyes at some point in time. A towering, azure-colored dragon image materialized behind him, containing the pure royal divine dragon's dragon might. Chapter 23:13. The Blue Dragon. The azure dragon image was eye-catching and clear. Unlike the dragon images of the past, the azure dragon image behind Xiao Qin looked very realistic. The scales were lifelike, and the fine details could be seen clearly. There was a spiritual light in its eyes, and it was vivid and lifelike. The pure royal blue dragon's dragon might made Xiao Qin look like a living ancient divine dragon behind him. This was the effect of the 10,000 dragons art breaking through to the third layer. The 10,000 dragons merged into one, and the royal genealogical record of Xiao Qin's true name. The moment this blue dragon appeared, all the princes and guests in the core region could not help looking over. The royal blue dragon's dragon might spread to every corner. It was like water or mist, real and ethereal. After the dragon might entered the bodies of the various cultivators, it brought fear and trembling. It was hard not to notice it. This, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, who had agreed to attack Wang Fei together with the 8th prince, were stunned. Their bloodlines were noble, far surpassing those of ordinary, great, desolate Ian bloodline outstanding talents. They were very clear on how extraordinary Xiao Chen's dragon might was. A mixed blood dragon? Is this really a mixed blood dragon? I don't believe it. The Silver Dragon King's voice trembled slightly. His grade 7 silver dragon bloodline actually felt some fear. It was like the silver dragon king wanted to see a dragon, wanting to kneel and prostrate. This was extremely absurd. Although the other divine beast bloodline outstanding talents also felt fear in the depths of their hearts, they were not as fearful as the dragon race cultivators. Azure? Could it be that lost divine dragon bloodline? Sikong Shu thought of some secret records in the Bushan Palace. His expression changed, becoming uncertain. The sovereign emperor powerhouses in the palace clearly noticed the difference in the azure dragon image behind Shao Qin. Interesting. This is already the dragon might of a king divine dragon. However, the 6-color divine dragons do not have a blue dragon. There were rumors in the past that the divine dragons had 7-colored divine dragons 50,000 years ago. However, it seems like someone purposely erased these rumors. Even the various holy lands only have scattered records, so no one knows what happened. Who in this martial epic is so capable you can force the various superpowers to make this a taboo? Strange things have happened one after another in this year's Crown Prince election. I wonder what kind of omen this is. The various feudal lords and aristocratic family bigwigs were puzzled. At the same time, they had a bad premonition. There were also some big shots who wore grave expressions and did not dare to speak. Although the Blue Dragon's past was not a taboo, the factions that had existed for tens of thousands of years still knew about it. They also knew who had erased the news. This was the horrifying existence that stood at the peak of the martial epic, the one that no one dared to talk about or defy. But now the Blue Dragon bloodline, which had been wiped out by that person, actually had a survivor. How could these people who knew the secret not feel terrified and uneasy, not daring to say anything? When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor saw the azure-colored dragon image in the palace in the clouds, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled calmly and said, "The martial epic is indeed at its end." Even the race that person personally wiped out reappeared. How weak is he now? However, the Yen Emperor, who was restrained by a group of elders, could not smile. It looked like the Yenwu dynasty could not avoid the great calamity that the hidden spirit temple's abbot mentioned. Damn it, why do these people think that the demonic Dao Hall will listen to their whims? Inside the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, Shao Chen circulated the 10,000 dragons art in his body. Waves roared in his vast divine energy sea, forming thousands of different dragon images. Shao Chen did not give Wang Fei a chance to attack again. The instant the azure-colored dragon image appeared, he soared into the air. Boom! Countless dragon images shot out of Shao Chen's divine energy sea and entered the azure-colored dragon image. The dragon might of the azure-colored dragon image behind Shao Chen's sword. Its ferocious roar shook the surroundings. 10,000 dragons returned to one. As Shao Chen soared into the air, he gently stomped on the dynasty's sword qi that Shao Su-ah and the other 4 blocked. Cracks already appeared in the dynasty's sword qi. It was like Shao Chen had turned into a blue dragon. When he stomped, the towering azure-colored dragon image merged with him, and the dragon claw attached to his leg. When Shao Chen stomped, it looked like an ancient blue dragon had clawed at this sword light materialized by the 100,000-year-old dynasty's accumulations. Kassier. The sword light, which already cracked in the first place, instantly shattered. A dynasty turned to ashes before everyone's shocked gazes. Pu Xi. Above the altar, the originally unrestrained, unruly, and arrogant first prince vomited blood and fell heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily onto the ground. The holy light that was as resplendent as the sun dimmed at an unbelievable speed. The kingship Tao was like this. The first prince could grow stronger quickly and weaken even faster. The somewhat dumbfounded Wang Fei kept falling, his mind blank. First prince, don't panic. While his stomp looked casual, he actually stored up power for a long time. He will not be able to unleash such a horrifying strike within a short time. Quickly destroy the remaining 2 altars, while the kingship Dao's might is still resplendent. At the crucial moment, Lord Shi's voice was like a hammer to Wang Fei's head, rousing him to his senses. Right, that's right. I still have a chance. If I want to make up for my current injuries, I have to continue plundering. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. Wang Fei revealed a crazed expression in his eyes. Just as he was about to fall off the altar, he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Those who submit to me prosper. Those who oppose me die. The originally tyrannical words that Wang Fei roared out sounded somewhat tragic and crazy in his mouth. The resplendent, holy light materialized by the kingship Dao on the altar suddenly extinguished. Wang Fei's eyes turned bloodshot. When he thrust his sword, he used his great Dao energy, divine energy, soul energy, everything he had on this final sword strike. After Wang Fei sent out this sword strike, he seemed to age 100 years. His eyes turned scarlet. He forced himself into a desperate situation. Xiao, the dynasty sword light that burst out of the Yan imperial sword split into 2, charging towards the altars of the 6th prince and the 11th prince. The 2 streams of dynasty sword light carried Wang Fei's everything, his will, his ambition, his madness, and even his life. It was even stronger than the sword light that the 9th prince faced earlier. The expressions of the 11th prince and the 6th prince changed dramatically. Their faces turned the color of chicken liver at the same time. He was still thinking that the 9th prince would block the sword for him and buy some time for the 2 of them, which was why he was secretly delighted. But now he even had the thought of dying. The earlier scene proved that the 1st prince was terrifyingly strong. Just his aura alone rivaled that of a peak 7-vein sovereign emperor. However, this also meant that he wasn't so strong that he was unreasonable and undefeatable. As long as the brothers were of one mind, had the courage to go through life and death together, had the courage to press forward with indomitable will, and had the incessant boiling blood, they would be able to withstand this sword. However, the 11th prince and the 6th prince could not afford to bet on it. Their guests could not be as determined as Xiao Suo and the others. No one dared to be sure that the others would not abandon them. If they tried to forcefully receive the sword, they would end up dying miserably. The 2 did not dare to bet on it. They said unwillingly at nearly the same time, "Retreat!" Boom! In an instant, the 2 altars shattered, and 2 shockingly large amounts of dragon essence surged out. 2 startlingly vast dragon essence surged towards Wang Fei like a hurricane. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Wang Fei stopped falling amid maniacal laughter and slowly rose up. The originally extinguished holy light on the altar flared up with an even more resplendent light. This sword strike not only allowed Wang Fei to return to his peak, but also brought him to a higher level. We can't wait anymore. Kill! The 8th prince and the 13th prince, who had been watching, paled in fright when they saw the scene. They no longer dared to wait. They had to fight to the death. They had already reached a point where only one side could survive. The 1st prince had already forced them to the edge of a cliff. They had to fight even if they did not want to. Wang Fei smiled disdainfully, not caring at all. He said indifferently, "Block them." The mysterious man Shi waved his sleeve, and the azure lotus holy daughter and the black-faced holy daughter led a few demonic Dao experts over. A frenzied battle between sovereign emperors instantly started at lightning speed. Be it the 8th prince's subordinates, the divine sword pavilions Dao Yen and the profound heaven holy sun Wenwu, or the 13th prince's subordinates, the silver dragon king and Sikong Shu, they could all be considered super experts. They possessed extremely horrifying strength. Any one of them could turn the ancient Yen emperor tomb upside down. Now, these people worked together to charge at the 1st prince. At this point, the succession race had slowly spiraled out of control, inspiring fear in the spectators for some reason. Shao Qin, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, who knows when I could break through the shackles of my King Dao domain? Wang Fei, whose strength had clearly improved, smiled as he looked at Shao Qin. However, an extremely cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Big brother, Shao Sua, who had already landed on the altar, looked at Shao Qin somewhat worriedly. Shao Sua's entire body was covered in wounds. His right arm was nearly crippled as it swayed weakly. Wu Meng and the others paled as they supported Shao Sua. They were in a similarly bad state. Shao Qin, who had the blue dragon wrapped around him, looked at Wang Fei expressionlessly. His thoughts raced. This Wang Fei was indeed a ruthless person. In a sure-death situation, he actually tried to escape death. When facing a stronger opponent, Shao Chen could not think of any other way to fight aside from drawing Heavenly Slayer, not to mention the Dragon's Gate forbidden art. However, Shao Qin had already drawn Heavenly Slayer to help Wang Yin out earlier, draining most of his divine energy and soul energy. Shattering Heavenly Slayer with his foot had drained him significantly as well. Shao Chen had not recovered yet. If he drew Heavenly Slayer, a soul tool that rivaled a superior grade soul tool, he would definitely overdraw on his physical body and injure his foundations. Furthermore, even if he drew Heavenly Slayer, his chances of victory were only 50%. Should I draw this saber or not? Draw. Shao Qin, who was conflicted in his mind, made his decision without hesitation. Heavenly Slayer reappeared in his hand. Then he held it horizontally in front of Shao Qin, grasping its hilt. Big brother, you can't draw the saber anymore. Shao Sua shouted hoarsely, his expression changing slightly when he saw the situation on the altar. A soul tool. The word forbidden distinguished it from ordinary secret treasures. Naturally, Shao Chen could not attack recklessly. Otherwise, he would have drawn his saber long ago and killed until the sky turned dark. In the holy flame, Wang Yan, who was anxiously refining his yen imperial sword, opened his eyes. When he saw Shao Chen's actions, his expression changed dramatically. You can't, however, right after Wang Yan spoke, a saber light interrupted him. Then, Wang Yan drew Heavenly Slayer. The dazzling saber light looked like the blazing sun. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, the sky shattered by 3 meters. Bearing the honor of the ruler, I draw my saber for the ruler. Chapter 23:14. Bearing the loyalty of a ruler, I draw my saber for a ruler. Right after Wang Fei spoke, he completely drew Heavenly Slayer. Heavenly Slayer, which rivaled a superior grade soul tool, was forged from demonic tribulation lightning metal and infused with the ancient thunder dragon true soul. It was perfectly compatible with Shao Chen's thunder Dao, containing the heavenly Dao's killing intent. If Shao Chen drove Heavenly Slayer at full power, it could destroy the sky, make the sun and moon dim, and make the stars fall. Shao Chen had already demonstrated its unparalleled might once. When he drew Heavenly Slayer, he killed 5 princes with 1 saber strike. Once the heavenly Dao's killing intent was brought out, it would not kill, but injure. When Shao Qin sensed the vast energy contained in the saber, he infused his soul energy and divine energy into it, not holding back at all as he drove this saber with all his might. The withdrawn heavenly Dao's killing intent immediately manifested, spreading out in the sky, ready to be unleashed. Kill! Without hesitation, Shao Chen held the saber in his hand and turned into a flash of purple electric light, appearing around Wang Fei. Good move. I'll make sure you never return. Wang Fei worried that he would not be able to take the initiative to fight Shao Chen after he left the altar's dragon luck. Who could have imagined that the other party would use a soul tool to charge over? If this was not seeking death, what was? In this ancient Yen Emperor tomb, no soul tool could compare to the sovereign Dao Yen imperial sword in his hand. Dang! 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 When the saber and sword clashed, Shao Chen brought out his saber techniques to their fullest. In an instant, Shao Chun exchanged hundreds of moves. His saber aura firmly suppressed Wang Fei. Before Shao Chun, Wang Fei's sword techniques were riddled with openings. In just a few breaths, Wang Fei's body was covered in wounds. He bled profusely, covered in the marks left by Heavenly Slayer. However, Wang Fei did not care. His injuries healed at a visible pace, and he instantly recovered. He instantly recovered to his original state. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he did not cower in the slightest. Humph! It is impossible for you to kill me in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. I already obtained the acknowledgement of the dynasty's dragon vein. My great Tao perfectly merged with the dragon vein. Here, I am heaven. Wang Fei ignored his horrifying injuries. Despite clearly being at a disadvantage, he continued suppressing Shao Chun. Amid the maniacal laughter, the dragon image materialized by the dynasty's dragon vein appeared arrogant and despotic, bearing its fangs and claws. They clashed with the azure dragon around Shao Chun, fighting each other. The two of them fought in the sky. The azure dragon image and the golden dragon bloodline incarnation covered the entire sky of the core region. It covered the vast starry sky, triggering boundless phenomena. Gales, lightning, and thunder rumbled without end. Shao Chun frowned slightly. The other party held too much of an advantage in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Shao Chun had perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein, already gaining the acknowledgement of this world. Now he could use the Yanwu dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years at any time. As he said, stabbing him 1,000 times would be no different from scratching an itch as long as he wasn't heavily injured. On the other hand, if he were to be struck by the other party's sword, even his blue dragon divine body might not be able to withstand it. This situation was simply like cheating. If not for Tian Slayer clashing with the other party's Yan Imperial sword, Shao Chun would not be able to fight such an enemy. He could only stay far away. All he needed to do was wait for a sure kill opening. With Heavenly Slayer in his hands, there was hope. The battle between the two was already intense enough. However, the battle below was even more bloody and brutal. The 8th Prince's and the 13th Prince's guests charged towards the altar at the same time. The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter and the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun led people to block them. Close to 40 great perfection sovereign emperors attacked frantically. There was no lack of super experts like Dao Yan, Wenrinyu, the Silver Dragon King, and Sikong Shu. In the chaotic battle, killing moves and soul tools appeared. Great, desolate Ian bloodlines were activated, and boundless demonic chi surged out. At this point, the succession race already concerned life and death, honor and honor. The 8th Prince and the 13th Prince had to gamble everything for that tiny chance. The two's obsession and desire for the crown prince far surpassed that of the other princes. Naturally, their guests were not willing to lose. Dao Yan, who comprehended an ice small world, relied on his 10th layer Dao domain to move about without fear, advancing rapidly. No one could match him more than 3 times. Just when Dao Yan thought that he could charge over, a monk with handsome features and a lotus-like air stopped him. A monk with delicate features and a lotus-like air stopped Shao Chun. This was the former Holy Sun, the current Black Lotus sect venerate Ming Xian. Scram! Dao Yan showed a cold and emotionless expression as he threw a palm strike. A soul-deep chill surged out. A 10th layer Dao domain was extremely horrifying. A regular great perfection sovereign emperor would find it hard to block this move. Their Dao domains would instantly shatter. Secret technique. Destroy. Ming Xian did not panic. He placed his thumb on the tip of his index finger and formed a hand seal with one hand. Then he gently pushed forward. Immediately, boundless Buddhist might surged over and extinguished the incoming chill, regardless of whether it was materialized or directed at the soul. Dao Yan felt slightly stunned. When he saw the indistinct black Lotus Church venerate image behind Mingxian, he suddenly understood. So, it is a sinful disciple of the Buddhist sect. Humph. Originally, Dao Yen planned to use his ice small world on the mysterious black-clad man who had yet to make a move. Dao Yen snorted coldly, and the ice small world appeared, encasing Mingxian. Mingxian looked around. He could clearly see the figures of the others in the surroundings. However, he could clearly feel that there was a hazy boundary between him and these people. It was like they were in two different worlds. Of course, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Mingxian felt immense pressure from the world. It was like the world rejected Mingxian, feeling incredibly unbearable. His Dao domain was completely suppressed. His soul energy and divine energy were restricted, unable to circulate smoothly. 10th layer Dao domain, how horrifying! Mingxian carefully sensed the various discomforts in his body. However, he did not show any panic on his face. Before Dao Yan's strange gaze, Mingxian pointed at his forehead. Immediately, a swastika appeared on his forehead. Those who oppose me will live. Whoosh! After the swastika reversed, the originally golden Buddhist light instantly turned black, and its Buddhist might became even stronger. An ancient Buddhist light traveled from the distant past, breaking the restrictions of the small world and landing on Mingxian. The various discomforts instantly vanished. Then Mingxian smiled faintly and said, "With the support of this Buddhist light, even if I cannot defeat you, it is more than enough to block you. That will have to be tested before we know." Dao Yin showed a sullen expression. However, he was not satisfied with being blocked. Intense battles took place around the altar. The two princes worked together, carrying the momentum of a storm, wanting to destroy the first prince's altar in one go. Wang Fei sent out all the demonic Dao experts under him. However, he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It looked like he would slowly fall into a disadvantage. However, she still did not intend to make a move. He swept his gaze around and looked into the distance. Damn it! Yen Songming cursed in his heart when he felt Shi's gaze. Then he looked at the sixth prince beside him and said, "Your Highness, you no longer have a chance. Please forgive this humble one for offending you. I have to follow the agreement and help the first prince ascend to the throne. Sorry for offending." Before the sixth prince could answer, Yen Songming led Jinyuan and the many abyssal underworld experts far away. Wang Ming was stunned, his expression extremely unsightly. Unexpectedly, this group of people was so unreliable. Yen Songming did not stand a chance at all before being abandoned. Wang Ming's expression flickered. He felt very dissatisfied in his heart, but he did not do anything in the end. Whoosh! A figure appeared before Yen Songming. It was Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Shao! Chen bought time for Wang Yen. He took the initiative to draw his saber and clash with the insufferably arrogant Wang Fei. If the battle was too intense, Shao Chun would not be able to interfere or help. However, the two princes clearly held the advantage. As long as they destroyed the altar, they could resolve Shao Chun's predicament. Even if Shao Chun could not block everyone, he could at least block Yen Songming. Zhan Yuan, bring them over to help. Leave this to me, Yen Songming instructed with a calm expression. Then he looked at Lin Feng. Zhan Yuan did not say a word. He led the other abyssal underworld sovereign emperors to the altar to help Wang Fei. Although Yen Songming had arrived, the appearance of Zhan Yuan's group greatly eased the pressure on the Black Lotus sect, Holy Sun, and the others. The slightly suppressed situation actually flipped around. The situation instantly turned for the better. Bang! Yen Songming and Lin Feng brought out their death Dao domains to their limits. Dense black dragon patterns appeared on their faces. When their auras reached their peak, they instantly attacked and then retreated. A black state of death floated around the two, forming thousands of dark underworld flowers. Lin Feng looked at the black patterns swimming around his palm, feeling startled. To think that Yan Songming's strength has already reached such a level. Senior brother, you are not a match for me. Move aside. Yan Songming revealed a distant gaze on his calm face, not showing much hatred or hatred. Yan Songming continued in a somewhat hoarse voice. The gap between us can no longer be described with cultivation. I already touched the origin of death. I am one of the players in this situation, but you are just a pawn. Given the situation, if you insist on going your own way, you will end up like Xiaoqin when he draws his saber again. Only death awaits you. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was here on Swearin Ji's orders to represent the Heavenly Alliance to help the 11th Prince. Lin Feng did not know about the deeper clash and chess game of the succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. This succession race already touches on the direction of the epic cycle. It is not something you can understand. Yan Songming showed a stern expression. A vast and distant aura appeared in his eyes, like a boundless sea. Lin Feng smiled and said, I do not understand. I only know that Xiaoqin is my friend. With you joining, the two princes will definitely lose. Since I want to help him, naturally I have to stop you. You say that I do not understand, but how could I? I have always been your beloved junior brother. Yan Songming looked up. Wang Fei held the upper hand, like the heavenly Tao existed. On the other hand, Xiaoqian's aura was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. As this continued, danger loomed. Xiaoqin said indifferently, it does not matter. When he chose to draw his saber again, he was destined to die today. This is fate. Whether you stop me or not, it will not change anything. I have a saber that can cleanse everything and illuminate 3 lifetimes. Just at this moment, something strange happened in the sky. A blue lotus bloomed under Xiao Chen's feet. Time seemed to change as Xiao Chen's figure split into 3. Each figure sent out a saber and pierced Wang Fei's chest. The 3 figures represented the past, the present, and the future. The 3 sabers intersected and slowly destroyed the first prince's vast life force. No matter how the dragon vein supported it, it could not reverse the situation. Wang Fei revealed an extremely incredulous expression. He could not understand how he got struck. Chapter 23:15. Cleansing the glory, illuminating 3 lives. 3 saber lights intersected above the altar illuminated by resplendent holy light and pierced through Wang Fei. Wang Fei's life force drained at a visible rate. No matter how much the dynasty's dragon vein replenished it with dragon essence, it could not slow down the loss of life force. The 3 figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other as many scenes flashed. These were Xiaoqian's present, past, and future. However, the scenes were blurry and distorted, disappearing in a flash. One could not clearly see what was happening. No one had expected such a scene. From the very start, Xiaoqian did not hold the advantage against Wang Fei, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Practically no one felt that they could defeat Wang Fei. Even if they could not kill him. However, Wang Fei was about to die now. This was real, not faked at all. Damn it! How can it be like this? How did Wang Fei die? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor was stupefied in the palace in the clouds. A flustered expression flashed in his eyes. Although Wang Fei still showed signs of life, given their cultivation, they could tell that he was already dead. The instant the 3 saber lights intersected, Wang Fei died. Right now, the dynasty's dragon vein was using its supreme dragon essence to forcibly extend Wang Fei's life. However, this was like filling a bottomless bottle with water. No matter how much water one had, one could not fill the bottle to the brim. In the end, it would empty. Imperial Ancestor. The other elders showed flustered expressions. They looked at the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor at a loss, clearly asking what they should do if Wang Fei died. In their plan, Wang Fei's death wasn't part of it. With the dynasty's dragon vein supporting him, he was an unrivaled existence in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He was the heavens of that world. How could he die at the hands of others? With Wang Fei's death, the imperial ancestral temple's many plans could not be carried out. The suppressed Yan Emperor's expression changed slightly. Shock flashed in his eyes as the Yan imperial sword in his hand trembled slightly. He could already draw his sword again. However, the Yan Emperor's face turned ashen. He had no desire to draw his sword at all. His heart remained deathly still, not having any thoughts. The Yan Emperor should hate Shaoqin. However, he could not do so. It was the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor, and the others who pushed Wang Fei to the edge of the abyss. However, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders were his uncles. Similarly, he could not hate them. Right now, he was the loser. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders were also the losers. Is the Yanwu dynasty really unable to avoid a calamity? Thinking of this, the Yan Emperor could not help but close his eyes in despair, feeling disheartened. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the group of great perfection sovereign emperors fighting stopped what they were doing at the same time. They looked at Wang Fei, who had been pierced by 3 sabers, with some confusion. Big brother is going to die? The expressions of the 8th prince and the 13th prince changed slightly as joy and surprise appeared in their eyes. With the death of the eldest prince, that great threat would be completely eliminated. His subordinates would also be forcefully teleported out. At that time, the position of crown prince would only be between the 2 of them. No, there was another person. Wang Feng said indifferently, the next one has to be 9th brother. You don't have any objections, right? The 13th Prince Wang, he smiled coldly and said, that's exactly what I wanted. The 2 did not feel any heartache over Wang Fei's death. Instead, they quickly set their sights on their next competitor. The coldness of the 2 was startling. Right now, only the 9th prince was still refining the Yan imperial sword. If he could perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, the 9th prince would be the only one left. If he could perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, he could become the second first prince. This, Yan Tsangming, who was conversing with Lin Feng, felt greatly startled, his expression changing dramatically. Yan Tsangming raised his eyebrows and looked at Lord Shi in the distance. Lord Shi still showed a calm expression, unable to tell what he was thinking. You are very surprised. It looks like Wang Fei really did not deserve to die. Lin Feng keenly noticed Yan Tsangming's expression. There seemed to be some hidden secrets. Yan Tsangming withdrew his gaze and said after some thought, if that person is willing, no one can kill Wang Fei. Since Wang Fei is dead, it means that the first prince no longer has any value. Senior brother, I can no longer understand this Go puzzle. If possible, I hope that you can help me at the crucial moment. Stand in the shoes of a flood dragon human and help my junior brother. The world is about to undergo a great change. My flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Whoosh! Yan Tsangming sent a voice projection to Lin Feng. After saying that, his figure flashed far away, leaving the somewhat confused Lin Feng behind. The world is about to undergo a great change. The flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Senior brother, you have to help me. Yan Tsangming's words lingered in Lin Feng's mind as he entered deep thought. Most importantly, who was the person that Yan Tsangming mentioned? Based on that person's tone, even Lin Feng felt reverence. Who exactly is this person? Who is so horrifying? Whoosh! Xiao Chen's 3 figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other, and many scenes flashed by. The scenes all showed Xiao Chen's past, present, and future. However, the scenes were distorted and blurry, appearing and disappearing in a flash. A scarlet flame shot over. The demon blood vulture descended from the sky and caught the swaying Shao Qin. Shao Qin sheathed his saber and held the wound on his chest, appearing pale. That earlier saber strike was the 3-life flower and not the 3-life flower. Shao Qin used the state of cycle to drive the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to execute the 3-life flower. Shao Qin traveled to the past and the future, merging the 3 saber strikes into one. Wang Fei, who revealed an opening, would die for sure. Originally, Shao Qin wanted to execute the stronger colorless killing. However, merciless killing was hard to control, and he was not confident of success. Hence, he could only settle for the next best thing, executing the more mature 3-life flower. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill the first prince, who was one with the world. No matter how severely injured he was, Wang Fei could rely on his horrifying dragon essence to instantly recover. He had a nearly undying body. However, Shao Qian's eyes were filled with doubt. He did not relax at all. The instant Shao Qian executed the 3-life flower, he felt a horrifying killing intent. The fear that killing intent brought was something he had never felt before. Shao Qian nearly could not execute it successfully. He even thought of giving up. However, that person seemed to have confirmed something. His killing intent suddenly vanished, and he successfully executed the 3-life flower. What did he confirm? A bright light flashed in Shao Qian's eyes. After he confirmed that my saber strike could kill Wang Fei, he chose to give up. That's right. That must be it. If my saber strike could only severely injure Wang Fei, he would have made a move to block it. If I could kill Wang Fei, he would have chosen to give up and reap the benefits. There was only one explanation. Shao Qin could not kill Wang Fei, who was one with the world, in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Perhaps he had to pay a huge price to do so, which was why he sent me to kill Wang Fei. Shao Qian's gaze fell on the black-clad Shi, who wore a mask over his left eye, below the altar. Many doubts flashed in his eyes. However, even though someone used him, Shao Qin did not feel any regret in his heart. Shao Qin had 3 purposes in coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He wanted to help Wang Yan become the crown prince and wait for the ethereal immortal palace to appear. He had never told anyone about his 3rd purpose, only hiding it deep in his heart. However, he had never forgotten it. It was like a sharp knife carving into his heart. Kill Wang Fei. Wang Fei had to die. He had to pay the price for his little martial nephew, Ling Yu's death. Even if Shao Qin had to face the boundless pursuit of the entire imperial ancestral temple, he had to kill Wang Fei. On that day, the scene of Ling Yu committing suicide made Shao Qin swear in his heart that he had waited for this day for a long time. Wang Fei's body fell off the altar. When he felt his life force ebbing like sand, his eyes filled with despair, dissatisfaction. He was not willing to die like this. When Wang Fei saw Shi below the altar, a trace of hope appeared in his despairing eyes. This man, whom he could not see through, possessed horrifying strength. Perhaps he had a chance. Lord Shi, save me. If I die, you will not have a chance either. Wang Fei muttered as he looked at Shi with hope. She said calmly, "Sorry, Your Highness, you are already dead. Even a true god cannot save you." No. Wang Fei shouted in despair as he grasped his Yan imperial sword helplessly. However, no matter how much despair he felt, he could not change the reality. The instant he landed, his body scattered like sand. Everyone in and out of the area watched this scene incredulously. The insufferably arrogant Wang Fei, who had merged with the dynasty's dragon veins and could be said to be unrivaled, died just like that. Not even dregs remained. The person that everyone thought would become the crown prince was gone, just like that. Hiss! After the first prince died, the figures of his guests flickered continuously. This was the rule of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. After a prince died, his guests could no longer remain in the ancient Yan emperor tomb. However, just as these people's figures slowly turned blurry, the black-clad masked man suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the first prince's Yan imperial sword. Whoosh! The sword immediately burst forth with a soaring demonic light, turning the entire sky dark. The azure lotus holy sun and the others' figures turned blurry. The instant the black-clad masked man grabbed the Yan imperial sword, he forcibly pulled them back. The Yan imperial sword is rather impressive. That's not right. It should be called the demonic imperial sword now. She ferociously tore off his black robes, revealing the noble and evil dragon robes inside. That was the Shuawu dynasty's dragon robes. She tossed the black robes into the air and turned into a blood moon rising into the sky. Chapter 23:16. The blood moon formed by the black robes rose increasingly higher. In mere moments it was as high as the sky. Pitch black, demonic chi covered the sky, and the blood moon appeared indistinct in the demonic fog. Everyone could not tell whether this was the ancient Yan emperor tomb or the blood moon dynasty's boundless demonic domain. Before one wave settled, another wave rose in the succession race. Everyone knew that most of the retainers under the first prince were from the Devil Dao. After all, while the imperial ancestral temple's elders colluded with the demonic Dao to keep the hidden spirit temple in check, it was not unknown. At the very least, the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses present knew some clues. If the weak royal clan did not want to be controlled by others, they could only use a strategy to keep each other in check. However, based on the current situation, the imperial ancestral temple's elders seem to have gone overboard. The demonic Dao people were not in their grasp. The expressions of the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses immediately changed slightly. Soaring Dragon Marquis, what do you think the situation is like? A feudal lord asked the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The succession race had already gone out of control. These feudal lords all felt somewhat uneasy. The royal clan seemed to be losing control of the situation. The Soaring Dragon Marquis frowned slightly. After some thought, he said, "Let's wait and see. The imperial palace is where the luck of the entire dynasty lies. The royal clan has operated here for more than 100,000 years. Even if a faux god descends, he would not dare to be impudent here." Although the Soaring Dragon Marquis said that he still felt that something was wrong, as the Yan Emperor had not appeared yet. Inside the palace in the clouds, the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor walked to a corner. A pitch-black figure stood in front of him. It was just an image, but everyone could feel the overwhelming demonic might in its eyes. The two quickly conversed. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor's expression changed several times before he finally nodded helplessly. When the image vanished, the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor's expression returned to normal as he slowly walked forward. The clouds in front slowly vanished. It looked like the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor was about to walk to the platform. The tightly shut Yan Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and asked indifferently, "Who are you speaking to?" The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor paused for a moment but did not leave. After a while, his figure appeared before the many powerhouses in the palace. As he stood in the clouds, he said, "Everyone, don't panic. Everything in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is under the royal clan's control. The succession race will proceed as planned. It's the ancestor." Seeing the patriarch appear, the various feudal vassals and aristocratic families felt slightly relieved. Since the grand ancestor had said so, there was nothing to worry about. After all, this was an important place in the imperial palace, and the dynasty had 100,000 years of accumulation. However, the battle for the crown prince position was even more complicated and confusing, making it even more difficult to predict. In the ancient Yan emperor tomb, demonic clouds covered the sky, and the blood moon hung high in the sky. She held the mutated demonic imperial sword and revealed a baffling smile under the blood moon. Behind him stood the Black Lotus Saint, the Azure Lotus Saintess, and many demonic Tao experts. The sudden change caught everyone off guard, causing them to frown. The 8th prince and the 13th prince stood together. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know what this person wanted to do. What was even more confusing was how Shao Qin could hold the Yen imperial sword in First Brother's hand. There were too many strange things. Both of them felt a trace of uneasiness, and they faintly sensed that the competition for the crown prince position had changed. When Shao Chen looked up at the blood moon in the sky, he suddenly felt like he was in a dream. It was like the Blood Moon dynasty had already occupied this place. What kind of agreement did First Brother make with the Imperial Ancestral Temple? To think that they brought such a monster into the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's eyes flickered. He no longer dared to act rashly. Wang Feng said softly, "Just wait and see." If he only wants to wait for the ethereal Immortal Palace to appear, the situation will not be that bad. The best guess was that this person was only interested in the ethereal Immortal Palace. The worst-case scenario was unimaginable. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King showed grave expressions as they looked at the blood moon above. The Silver Dragon King sent a voice projection. This person is called Shi. He is the first prince of the Shua Wu dynasty. At the same time, the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master thinks highly of him. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become the new demon monarch and control the entire demonic Dao. It looks like he is determined to obtain the ethereal Immortal Palace. Sikong Shu replied calmly, "It is not that simple. There are many factions of the demonic Dao entangling with him. For him to be able to unite the Black Lotus Church and the Azure Lotus Church under him, it means that he is very ambitious. This time, it's not as simple as the misty palace of immortals." Whoosh! On the demon blood vulture, Shao Qin, who was anxiously treating his injuries, sensed a figure descend. It was Chu Chaoyan, who had been hiding somewhere. Then he appeared and landed beside Shao Qin. Chu Chaoyan stared at Shi, who was below. After some thought, he said, "This is really unexpected. I thought that after killing the first prince, he would be no longer a threat. Now, I can't figure out what he is trying to do." "You can't figure it out?" "Actually, it is very simple. Ships come and go in the surging sea, all for the sake of profit. Putting aside the minor details, he used me to kill the first prince. Clearly, he wants to obtain the greatest benefit, to replace the first prince." Shao Chun made a bold prediction that no one dared to think of. This startled Chu Chaoyan, not daring to reply. The Yenwu dynasty had existed for more than 100,000 years. Its territory was vast, and its accumulations were deep. Shao Chun alone wanted to take over the entire Yenwu dynasty. This was a pipe dream, too exaggerated. "Isn't this a little too inconceivable?" Chu Chaoyan said with some uncertainty after a pause. After all, Ruashi was only doing this for the ethereal Immortal Palace. There was no need to expose her identity. It would be better to let the first prince block the spear. Aside from the various possibilities, there is only one possibility left. No matter how incredible it is the truth. "Do you know who else stands behind me, aside from the Heavenly Alliance?" "Who?" Chu Chaoyan raised his eyebrows. He had long sensed that Shao Qin knew something that he did not. "The Hidden Spirit Temple. If not for the Hidden Spirit Temple's help, my strength would not have improved before the succession race. This game of chess is no longer as simple as the succession race. In the current martial epoch, the 8 super factions are all here. They all have their own plans and backup plans. There was one more thing that Shao Qin did not say. Back then, in the Hidden Spirit Temple, Sword God Su Han's Han and the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang were there at the same time. Was it a coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence? The strongest person of the Sword Dao and the strongest person of the Saber Dao appeared at the Hidden Spirit Temple at the same time. From the very start, this game of chess used the entire martial epic as the chessboard. A bright light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. When he looked around, he saw Sikongshu and the Silver Dragon King standing proudly in the Bushan Palace, enduring silently. The profound heaven, holy lands, Wenrin, you stood silently behind Dao Yen with his zither on his back. The underworld god halls, Yen, Songming, and Zhenyuan, looked like they were on the same side as the demonic Dao cultivators. However, upon closer inspection, they seemed somewhat distant. There is one more person. Xiao Chen looked around, but could not find the person in his heart. He frowned heavily and said softly, "There is one more person." Chu Chaoyan felt confused, not knowing who Xiao Chen was referring to. Xiao Chen did not answer. He looked around, but still could not find that person. He did not know where that person was hiding. However, Xiao Chen knew that that person had to be here, in this ancient Yen emperor tomb. Otherwise, that person would not have asked Xiao Chen if he would kill him for no reason that day. The blood moon hung in the sky, looking as resplendent as fire. She, who wore dragon robes, tightly grasped the demonic imperial sword. When he sensed that the sword in his hand had completely turned into the demonic imperial sword, he opened his eyes. His left and right eyes were different, adding a sinister air to them. Whoosh! She's somewhat tyrannical words came out calmly from his mouth, inspiring fear in others. She gently swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand, and the altar beside him split in half. Now, only the altar remained in the core region. Only Wang Yen anxiously refined the Yen imperial sword, hoping to perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein. It is time to end the succession race. She looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yen, who was in the fierce, sacred flame. Then his lips curled up in a cold smile. She's unfathomable aura was even more terrifying and unfathomable than the first prince, Wang Fei's. Oh no! On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He guessed what she was going to do. Xiao Chen wanted to continue fighting. However, the moment he stood up, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Right now, he could not make a move. A flash of sword light carrying the dynasty's might came from a place no one expected and landed on the altar where Wang Yen was. This was also the dynasty's might. However, this sword strike contained the Zumlin dynasty's might. The sword light turned into a blood dragon materialized by the dynasty's accumulations. Before Xiao Su'o and the others on the altar could react, the sword wind blew them away. No, the sword wind contained too much Zumlin dynasty's might. The severely injured Xiao Su'o and the others could not block it, and the sword wind blew them away mercilessly. Then they watched as the sword light landed. The blood dragon opened its huge jaws and coldly swallowed up the entire altar. Boom! As the sacred flame scattered, the altar was instantly destroyed. The 8 altars in the core region were all destroyed, not a single one remaining. Xiao Chun held his chest and coughed continuously as he stared at the blood moon in the sky. That earlier sword strike came from the blood moon. No one had expected a sword to fly out of the blood moon. No one, not even Xiao Chen, had expected it. Upon closer inspection, that blood moon contained a dragon shadow. No one knew how deep the dragon shadow's accumulations were. A dragon hidden in the moon, existing with the sky. Whoosh! Without any warning, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly opened in the blood moon high in the sky. It looked down on all life, and the boundless sky seemed to be its body. A boundless pressure suddenly appeared on everyone's shoulders. As they looked at the blood moon in the sky, intense horror appeared in their eyes. That blood moon looked like a sovereign descending on the world, wanting to devour mountains and rivers. Hiss! 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 Strands of dragon essence flowed endlessly in the core region. The silk-like crystalline dragon essence continuously drifted into the sky and got swallowed up by the demonic clouds. The blood moon in the clouds seemed even more beautiful. Similar. Too similar. Xiao Chen's heart thumped heavily and his hand trembled. This blood moon looked very similar to the one in the Blue Dragon ancient land. What exactly is Xi's relationship with Dragon Emperor Xiaoyan? You are right. He does indeed want to take over the Yanwu dynasty. That blood moon hides the Shuawu dynasty's dragon vein clone. It is slowly devouring the Yanwu dynasty's dragon vein. It looks like the Imperial Ancestral Temple has already sided with the demonic Dao Hall. This is not going to be easy. Chu Chaoyan sighed softly, sounding somewhat helpless. The other party had already gained momentum. The other party's guests and experts had just gone through a huge battle and were drained. No one dared to make a move at this moment. If not for Xiao Chen making a move to kill Wang Fei, things might not have gone so smoothly for the other party. However, Xiao Chen could not be blamed. Chu Chaoyan had planned this in the first place. After killing Wang Fei, Chu Chaoyan's guests would leave as well. However, plans could never keep up with changes. Should I say this as well? Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die? She said with a harmless smile. Then he casually swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand. Rumble! Ripples spread out from the sword light, spreading out in front like ripples. It looked like a casual swing, but it carried a boundless aura like a surging wave containing vast demonic might. Silver dragons rage. Raging stars. Vast sky fist light. Sorrowful cloud palm. The princes and guests who were still alive looked at the ripple-like sword marks that were moving toward them. Their expressions changed drastically. As they executed killing moves, they retreated frantically. The weaker ones bore the brunt of the attack, sustaining severe injuries and vomiting blood. With a casual swing of the sword, everyone moved back. She raised his head and looked at the demon blood vulture, which was forced back. Then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Xiao, I will share this world with you. Chapter 23:17. Brother Xiao, I will share this world with you. She smiled faintly under the blood moon as he raised his head to look at Xiao Chen, who was on the demon blood vulture. Right after she spoke, he immediately caused a huge commotion. What's going on? Why did she suddenly say that? Could it be that Xiao Chen and she were old acquaintances? In hindsight, if Xiao Chen had not used a strange saber move to kill the first prince Wang Fei, she would not have his current might. On the demon blood vulture's back, Chu Chaoyan gave Xiao Chen a suspicious look, entering deep thought. Xiao Chen said calmly, Don't overthink. This is my first time seeing this person in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, he should have some connection to Dragon Emperor Xiaoyan. At that time, Dragon Emperor Xiaoyan's other identity was the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master. Perhaps he is a blue dragon descendant as well. However, his bloodline is already extremely thin. Chu Chaoyan shared some of his guesses, thinking of other possibilities. Perhaps this could explain Xi's earlier words. A blue dragon bloodline? That's impossible. Aside from me, there is no other blue dragon bloodline in this world. Although the Kunlun realm has a blue dragon totem, it only has a blue dragon martial spirit. It is still far from a bloodline. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he said, There are only two possibilities for his earlier words. One is to frame me. After all, Wang Fei died at my hands. The second possibility is that I am an important pawn in his eyes. Without me, he cannot start the epic. Or perhaps both of them are possible. Cut the crap. What are you trying to do? As the two discussed on the demon blood vulture, a furious shout came from below. It was the 8th prince, Wang Feng. He had had enough of this demonic Dao expert who came out of nowhere. This demonic Dao expert turned the succession race into a mess, leaving Wang Feng with no chance at all. Most importantly, this was the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Wang Feng could not stand an outsider giving orders here, acting all high and mighty. Even when Wang Fei was in power, he did not feel this bad. After all, he was of the royal family's bloodline. But who the hell was this guy in front of him? What exactly do you want? The other princes felt the same way as Wang Feng. They could not understand what she was trying to do. I've already said that the competition for the crown prince position is over. You princes have already performed outstandingly. Go back to where you came from. The Imperial Ancestral Temple will reward you based on your contributions. She smiled. He did not get angry at this group of princes with cold expressions and murderous gazes. Do you think it's over just because you say so? Yes, it's over when I say it's over. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the smile on Xi's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a cold and sinister expression. The scattered gazes suddenly focused on the eighth prince, Wang Fei. Their eyes met. In the depths of the mysterious left eye's pupil, a strange blood-red cross mark appeared. Below the cross mark was a vast demonic sea, and there seemed to be terrifying demons slumbering in the sea. No, bang! 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 Boundless horror spread in the eighth prince's heart. The horror hidden in the depths of his heart magnified infinitely. The eighth prince's heart pounded faster and faster, looking like it would leap out of his chest. Wang Feng clutched his chest, unable to utter a single word. His face was pale. Then he flew back with a plop. After he landed, he bounced several times on the ground like a rubber ball. With each bounce, he vomited a large mouthful of essence blood, a tragic sight to behold. Your Highness! Dao Xian and the other hanger-ons were shocked and quickly chased after them. Only Wenren Yu, Mu Yunju, and Gu Yuhan showed grave expressions as they sent voice projections. Did he see anything? No. He only took one look before immediately closing his demonic eye. I vaguely felt a vague mark. Before I could examine it in detail, I felt boundless horror and did not dare to sigh again. I'm about the same. This person's demonic eye is too horrifying. Even though it is not directed at us, it already possesses such a terrifying ability. Wenren Yu looked up at the blood moon and entered deep thought. This Xi's strength is simply outrageous. Gasp! The other princes sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not hide the horror in their eyes. With just one look, the eighth prince was severely injured. How strong was this Xi? What should we do? Senior Sikong, Senior Silver Dragon King, what should we do? The 13th Prince Wang, he trembled in fear, completely flustered and unable to come up with any ideas. Compared to the hot-blooded 8th Prince, the 13th Prince's performance in this desperate situation was even worse. However, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King did not answer the 13th Prince. They were thinking about a deeper problem. The blood moon hung in the sky, existing with the sky as it slowly swallowed up the dynasty's dragon vein. How did this Xi do it? Back then, in order to stabilize this land of absolute beginning, the imperial family must have laid down a shocking array here. After so many years of operation by the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the Imperial Ancestral Temple must have set up a shocking array here. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an ancient formation. However, looking at it now, the blood moon in the sky seemed to be the new formation's eye. The ancient formation ended up in the hands of a demonic Dao Prince. This was simply inconceivable. If one thought about the mysteries behind this carefully, one would feel some lingering fear. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King exchanged glances. The two were experienced and quickly figured out some clues. Bang! 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 Just as Sikong Shu was about to say something, the 13th Prince retreated with a horrified expression. Then she swept his gaze over. When she swept his gaze over, all the princes he looked at moved back frantically. They feared that the tragedy that happened to the 8th Prince would repeat itself on them. Seeing this somewhat comical scene, Sikong Shu sighed softly. There is no more chance. These princes are all frightened out of their wits. We are all so helpless. If not for the blood moon in the sky, this she might not be undefeatable. even with the demonic eye. Since the princes gave up, the guests naturally had to leave. However, not everyone could be like she, grasping the Yen imperial sword and forcibly converting it into a demonic imperial sword. Right now, it was practically clear that she had a secret deal with the imperial ancestral temple. However, no one knew how much they had tied him up. The Silver Dragon King's eyes lit up. Something's not right. Did you notice that the speed at which the blood clouds are swallowing the dragon essence has slowed down? It seems like something has changed. Sikong Shu looked over. Indeed, it was so. The countless crystalline, silk-like dragon essence in the air had slowed down slightly. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. She, who had been scaring the princes, did not notice this. "You are still not going to retreat?" She frowned slightly. His baleful aura seemed solid, putting terrifying pressure on everyone. He said indifferently, "I don't have such a good temper all the time." The blood moon in the sky burst forth with resplendent light as she's aura increased. The horror in the hearts of the many princes immediately multiplied. It looked like they would collapse. Bang! Just at this moment, a dragon roar erupted from underground, and a dazzling holy light soared into the sky. "You are not the one who calls the shots in this world." The 9th Prince Wang Yen showed a stern expression amid the light. As he held the Yen imperial sword, he slowly soared into the air. Auspicious clouds surrounded Wang Yen, and a dragon image appeared behind him. A vast dynasty appeared indistinct. Wang Yen, its 9th brother. His massacre great Dao perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. The sword strike from the blood moon had struck Wang Yen half dead. However, Wang Yen reappeared with his massacre great Dao, which perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. No injuries could be seen on Wang Yan's body. His stern face hid a boundless state of massacre. The continuously rising dragon essence started to frantically flow towards Wang Yan's body. Demonic clouds surged in the sky, and cracks started to appear in the blood moon, which had been consuming the dynasty's dragon vein. The Silver Dragon King said after some thought, "So that is the case." Before the altar was destroyed, this Wang Yan already perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. However, that sword strike severely injured him, so he endured and waited until he recovered to his peak before making a strong appearance. On the demon blood vulture's back, Shao Qin also felt startled. Then he revealed a smile. Wang Yan did a great job. Shao Qin's protection up until now was not in vain. He just had to endure and wait until he recovered to his peak before dealing a blow to she. Had she been rash back then, he would have destroyed Shao Qin. Now, with Wang Yan's strong return, it would not be that easy to destroy him. The most important thing was that Wang Yan's appearance gave the other princes confidence. At the very least, she's plan would not fall apart and fail, like Dao Yan Sikong Shu and the other super experts. You want to turn the tide with just your strength? It won't be that easy. She's expression changed. Clearly, he had not expected Wang Yan to have hidden so deeply. Wang Yan had jumped out just when she felt that he had the upper hand. She's demonic eye of terror feared hope and courage the most, given that its might would be greatly reduced. Hence, it would be difficult for she to force back the other princes with one look. She needed to kill Wang Yan as quickly as possible. Just as she was about to lead Ming Xian and the others over, something strange happened. Only by purifying all life can one attain enlightenment. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. A brilliant Buddhist might appeared in the western sky. Auspicious clouds covered the sun, looking like a surging river that continuously pushed back the demonic clouds in the sky. The great origin of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva traveled through time and space from the previous epoch and resounded in the sky. Amid the boundless beneficence, Yuan Zhen was like a living Buddha descending from the heavens. Yuan Zhen showed a solemn expression as he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform. Then he formed supreme dermic seals with his hands, showing all sorts of mysteries. Then he threw a palm strike. All laws are empty. Only Buddha is supreme. Pure and vast beneficence materialized an ancient Buddhist nation behind Yuanzhen. When Yuanzhen's palm strike landed, it materialized a golden Buddhist palm as large as a mountain. Then it pierced through the demonic clouds and headed for the blood moon in the sky. At the same time, the shattered pieces of the 8 altars scattered in the core region gathered in the air and formed a brand new altar. Dragons soared up from the ground. Dragon images, bathed in Buddhist might, continuously headed for the altar. A person descended from the sky, showing wild joy on his face as he landed firmly on the altar. Then, Wang Yin stabbed the Yen imperial sword into the altar. Laughing maniacally, he said, "Ninth brother's words do not count in this world." Chapter 23:18. You, ninth brother, do not have the final say in this world. Auspicious clouds churned in the sky. Yuanzhen looked like a Buddha descending to the world as he sent a palm strike at the blood moon in the sky. At the same time, the 9th altar also appeared. It gathered the essence of the 8 altar fragments and formed the 9th altar in the air. Thousands of dragon images soared up from the ground and gathered. In wild joy, the 4th Prince Wang Yin stabbed his Yen imperial sword into the fierce, sacred flame. The repeated changes could no longer be described as one wave rising and one wave calming. Instead, it was an unending storm, 10,000 waves surging. Just as everyone felt shocked at the 9th Prince Wang Yan's strong return, Yuanzhen suddenly charged out, using a vast Buddhist might to shake the sky as he headed for the blood moon. Before Yuanzhen could see what would happen when the golden Buddhist palm landed on the blood moon, the 9th altar suddenly appeared. The 9th altar suddenly appeared. A character that no one could have imagined ascended the altar, bathed in Buddhist light. Xiao Chen's eyes did not know where to look. The thoughts in his mind were in a mess. He was stunned on the spot and was lost in thought. This is the legendary 9th altar. To think that there really is a 9th altar. 9 is the limit of numbers, reaching the peak and occupying great luck. The 4th Prince Wang Yin is really surprising. If he could perfectly merge with it, he would be ridiculously strong. This 9th altar does indeed occupy great luck. However, one's fate is tough enough to endure it. The many princes and guests in the ancient Yen emperor tomb felt flabbergasted, their thoughts pausing momentarily. The instant Yuanzhen appeared on the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Although Xiao Chen had been waiting for Yuanzhen to appear, he had not expected Yuanzhen to appear in such a manner. Purify all living beings before attaining enlightenment. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Suddenly, many of Xiao Chen's doubts cleared up. No wonder this Yuanzhen asked Xiao Chen if he would kill him for no reason that day. It turned out that Yuanzhen had inherited the karma of the Kunlun realm's Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. However, Xiao Chen did not know what form it took. Was it reincarnation, possession, or seal? If one had to say who was the most shocked and surprised, it had to be she. Everything is empty. Only the Buddha is supreme. If one had to say who was the most shocked, it would definitely be Prince Shi. He had failed time and time again. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince returned strongly, and Yuanzhen suddenly rose up, causing the 9th prince to lose the overall situation. The 9th prince's appearance had already caused cracks to appear in the blood moon. Now, the 4th prince's gathering of dragon essence made the situation even worse. If Yuanzhen's palm strike, which broke the demonic clouds, landed, the blood moon would shatter. Return! She was extremely decisive. He stretched out his hand, and the blood moon in the sky suddenly turned into a spinning black hole. He returned to his black robe form and slowly descended from the sky. After the golden Buddha palm, which was descending from the blood moon, missed Yuanzhen gently waved his hand and sent it toward Xi's group. The golden Buddha palm had already blotted out the sky. The momentum of its descent was like the sky was collapsing. "Do it!" On the demon blood vulture's back, the eyes of Xiao Qin and Chu Chaoyan lit up as they took advantage of the situation to attack. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun flew toward the black robe. He could not allow Xi to control the black robe again. Otherwise, when the blood moon rose again, it would be difficult to deal with. Black Face Secret Technique, destroy! Azure Lotus Secret Technique, create! Mingxian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, Yang Qing, showed grave expressions as they stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right. Then they formed hand seals and launched palm strikes at the same time. The black swastika on Mingxian's forehead spun around and released a black demonic might containing a heavy might of destruction. An azure lotus bloomed under Yang Qing's feet, and a gentle Buddhist light spread out like an auspicious sign, erupting with a torrential life force. Life and death. The two worked together to clash with the Buddha palm strike. She soared into the air, wanting to retrieve the black robe. A figure arrived in the air, brandishing a sword and swinging it. The killing intent filling the air was like a silver river, blocking Xi from afar. She showed some anger on his face as he looked up. It was the 9th Prince Wang Yan holding up his Yan imperial sword, coming to stop him. "You are seeking death," she raged. A scarlet cross appeared in the depths of his left eye as boundless horror assaulted him. In that instant, intense fear overwhelmed Wang Yan's physical body and soul. His body trembled slightly. Wang Yan remained calm, dealing with this calmly. The killing intent filling the air turned into motes of stars and gathered on his sword. Whoosh! The sword erupted with a blazing sword light. Wang Yan's wrist moved slightly, and a sword light shone on Xi's eyes. While the sword light covered the other party's demonic eyes, Wang Yan suppressed the fear in his heart with boundless courage and charged forward to attack. At this moment, Wang Yan's massacre great Tao perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. His strength was no weaker than the first prince's. As the sword light swept out, the 100,000-year-old dynasty's accumulations poured out like a surging river. With the massacre great Tao driving it, the dynasty's accumulations became like a vast army, roaring kill endlessly. She was forced to fight with the demonic imperial sword as Wang Yan held him back. Mingxian, Yang Qing, don't bother with that Yuan Zhen. Help me snatch back the divine cloak. At the same time, Xiao Suo charged over with the heavenly book scholar, Wu Meng, and the others, holding up the scarlet blood war banner. They engaged in a chaotic battle with Xi's guests, not giving him a chance to provide reinforcements. In the air, Xiao Qin and Chu Chaoyan chased after the black robe. Chu Chaoyan frowned slightly. Then he glanced around and saw Mingxian and the Azure Lotus, Holy Daughter, charging over at the same time after blocking that palm strike. "I'll go and block them." Without hesitation, Chu Chaoyun's figure flashed as he pushed his hands to the left and right. The universe origin true flame burned fiercely, materializing a screen of fire that blocked Mingxian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. Chu Chaoyan did not give the two a chance to react. He drew his sword and slowly spread out his primal chaos great Tao. His figure turned blurry, preventing Mingxian and Yang Qing from locking onto his exact location. On the ground, the 8th Prince and the 13th Prince, who looked like they were startled awake from a dream, looked at the 9th altar in the air. Madness appeared in their eyes. Right now, this was their only chance to fight with the 9th Prince Wang Yan. They could chase Wang Yan down and monopolize the 9th altar for themselves. Kill! Wang Feng and Wang each led their guests over with an overwhelming aura. With the strength of the two of them, it should be more than enough to chase Wang Yan away. However, just as the group approached, a Buddhist voice rang out. Buddhist chants rang out and the many guests of the fourth prince, Wang Yun, appeared. Each of them held a magic tool. Then, according to Yuan Zhen's instructions, they stood in different positions and activated their magic tools at the same time. Boom! In that instant, thousands of Buddhist voices layered over each other. A huge Buddha image encased the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. This Buddha image vaguely resembled the Kunlun realm's Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva. Dang! 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 The many weapons struck the Buddha image, giving off metallic clangs. However, Wang Yin, who was on the altar, did not suffer any damage. Mr. Yuan really has incredible foresight. He long guessed that this group of princes would go crazy. Indeed, he gave us the magic tools to lay the formation in advance. It really worked. Don't get distracted. We are about to change the formation. All right. Hidden dragon in the depths, spirit traveling 8 extremes, 9 palaces touched, 10 directions unchanging. The guest, wielding the Dharma artifact, changed his movement technique. The shadow of a dragon rose from the ground. A dragon image soared into the air from the ground as the formation changed and moved around the Buddha image. Unexpectedly, it was used by the Buddha image, slowly making it corporeal. Damn it! How can it be like this? The princes cursed when they saw that the Buddha image barrier, which was already at its wit's end, could actually reverse the dragon essence and strengthen it. On the altar, Wang Yun opened his eyes. When he saw the 8th prince and the 13th prince, he showed furious and helpless expressions. Wang Yun's lips curled up in a delighted smile as he said indifferently, "8th brother, little 13th prince, you did not expect this day, right? Ha ha ha! The person you mocked and bullied since you were young will one day make you gnash your teeth in frustration, unable to do anything about it." The 8th prince and the 13th prince bit their lips in silence, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. If the 9th prince could rise up despite the situation, it could be explained. After all, he had been guarding the borders, radiating killing qi and making countless contributions. Furthermore, he had Xiao Chen's help, making up for the 9th prince's weakness of not having a foundation in the imperial capital. However, how capable was the 4th prince? He had been synonymous with trash since he was young. To think that he could ride on their heads, aloof, mocking them. The various factions in the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb's core region all had their own goals. Chaotic battles broke out everywhere, turning the sky dark and the ground dark. Everywhere was a battlefield. Yan, Songming, and Zhen Yuan left, watching from the sidelines. Surprisingly, they did not participate. Logically speaking, the two should be helping Xi. However, for some reason, they chose not to help either side. Should we make a move? I feel that we can bet on it. Zhen Yuan looked into the distance, raring to give it a try at Xi's side. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Don't. That fellow's potential is far from being exposed. Let's see how many trump cards he has. The more he exposes, the higher our chances of victory. Yan Songming calmly made his choice, showing a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, the situation changed so quickly. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity for Yan Songming. After Yuan Zhen attacked in the sky, he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform and closed his eyes to rest. Yuan Zhen did not chase after Xi. He continuously chanted scriptures, using the momentum that the 4th Prince Wang Yun gathered to fill the sky with flickering auspicious clouds. Yuan Zhen continuously pushed back the originally vast and unparalleled demonic clouds. As for Xiao Chen, he frowned slightly. As he looked at the mysterious man, shrouded in bloody shadows in front, he remained silent. Just as Xiao Chen was about to grab the black cloak formed by the blood moon, a flash of scarlet lightning appeared and snatched it away from his eyes. It's him, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xiao Chen found vaguely familiar the first time he met him in Divine City. The second time, This mysterious man, shrouded in bloody shadows, appeared during the fight for the five-element divine lightning. However, he did not appear at the same time as Ming Xian. The next time Shao Qin met him was now. The mysterious man, shrouded in bloody shadows, held the black cloak and laughed strangely. "Do you want it?" Shao Qin showed a calm expression as he asked, "You recognize me?" "Ha ha ha! How laughable! How laughable! Shao Qin, you still do not recognize me? This is really disappointing." The scarlet shadow encasing Shao Chen's body slowly scattered. His true body was actually a blood-sucking vine. However, what truly shocked Shao Chen was the face that appeared on the blood-sucking vine. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. That was a face that Shao Chen had forgotten long ago. It was a person that should not have appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. This was the Kunlun Realm's Thunder King, the Thunder King who laid out the plan, the one from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, the one who wanted to help the Black Lotus Church unify the Kunlun realm. "You are actually not dead." A murderous intent flashed in Shao Chen's eyes. His expression changed slightly, unable to hide his shock. "Ha! If the Black Lotus Church did not leave behind a strand of my soul, allowing me to reincarnate in the Great Thousand Realms, would I still be so loyal to them?" The Thunder King smiled sinisterly. "I look forward to seeing how long you can last against me in your current state." In his fight with the first Prince Wang Fei, Shao Chen was severely injured and drained a lot of energy. Even now, Shao Chen had not recovered much of his energy. It would be hard for him to block an opponent of the level of the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. However, Shao Chen remained calm, not showing any fluster in his eyes. He said indifferently, "Sorry, I'll have to disappoint you. Since you chose to expose yourself, I can only kill you again. I am Black Egg. I'm White Egg. Hee hee. Now that the two eggs appear, who can compete with me?" The black and white eggs, who had been waiting impatiently in the divine universe steel, received Shao Chen's instructions. The black and white eggs immediately leaped out and erupted with a horrifying aura that rivaled that of a six-veined sovereign emperor. The black and white eggs turned into two hurricanes, one black and one white, charging at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Chapter 2319. Since the two eggs appeared, who could compete with them? Two tornadoes, one white and one black, howled as they charged at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Shao Chen remained calm, not worried that the black and white eggs would lose. With Shao Chen's current strength, he could rival a five-veined sovereign emperor. The two eggs were at least as strong as a six-veined sovereign emperor. The two faux god puppets used Shao Chen as a reference and would always be slightly stronger than him. Shao Chen was a six-veined sovereign emperor with the black and white eggs combat experience, the two's tacit cooperation, and the special nature of the puppets' bodies. Shao Chen could not think of any reason why he would lose to the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. That's not right. I should address the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows as the Thunder King now. With this thought, a murderous intent surfaced in Shao Chen's eyes again. How many outstanding talents of his Kunlun realm had died? To think that the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows dared to appear before Shao Chen and expose his identity. Shao Chen did not mind killing the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows again, making him disappear completely. This kind of person who wanted to bury the entire world for his own benefit should not exist in this world. Puppets? You want to kill me with just two puppets? Shao Chen, you are really naive. The Thunder King originally felt somewhat shocked when he sensed the black and white eggs' auras. Facing two six-veined sovereign emperors at the same time would still put some pressure on him. However, if they are just puppets, hee. The Thunder King smiled sinisterly. They are not worth mentioning at all. Countless demonic vines tangled together and turned into two beams of scarlet electric light as they burst out. In an instant, They charged into the two hurricanes. With a loud rumble, the hurricanes dispersed in an instant. The shock waves spread out. Xiao Qin pushed off with his feet and took a few steps back. Then he scattered the shock waves with a palm strike. The two demonic scarlet vines repeatedly attacked the black and white eggs, splitting the demonic vines. The demonic vines split apart, looking like scarlet snakes opening their mouths and biting the black and white eggs. Before entering the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, the Thunder Sovereign had fully displayed its horror, biting the Heavenly Wolf Empire's Tuoba Yao with demonic vines. When the demonic vines bit the Heavenly Wolf Empire's Tuoba Yao, the demonic vines instantly sucked out most of the other party's chi and blood. Just as he was about to repeat the same trick, the Thunder King suddenly recalled that puppets didn't have physical bodies. His entire body was made of divine materials that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, and with the help of formations he was forged. When the thousands of blood snakes bit it, the scene that severely injured Tuoba Yao did not reappear. The black and white eggs remained undamaged. Kacha! Kacha! The black and white eggs grabbed the blood-sucking vines that wanted to shrink back, and they continuously punched them. The two blood-red vines, which looked like the arms of the Thunder King, were continuously shattered. The 10,000-meter-long blood-red vines were instantly blasted into nothingness. Hee little blockhead's ability isn't enough. Trash! You've made yourself look like neither a human nor a ghost. But your strength is still only SOSO. After the black and white eggs approached the Thunder King, they launched an endless barrage of attacks. The two eggs' Tao domains layered over each other, working together seamlessly. In just a short while, the Thunder King was exhausted from dealing with them, and he couldn't run even if he wanted to. The humiliation in Xiao Chen's words infuriated the Thunder King, causing him to howl. Even if I lie to you, there is nothing you can do about it. The black and white eggs' combat experience rivaled that of a faux gods. Back then, when Xiao Chun first saw them, he nearly gave up on the martial Tao. This showed how horrifying they were. The Thunder King treated the two as ordinary puppets, so he was destined to suffer. Xiao Qin did not pay much attention to the battle. He kept his eyes on the black robes controlled by the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Clearly, this item was very important to Shi. He needed to obtain it. Dai. The Thunder King, who had had his fill of humiliation from the black and white eggs, roared. An electric light burst out from his entire body. The piercing and dazzling Tao might that rivaled a sixth-layer thunder, Tao domain, sent the black and white eggs flying. It was not over yet. The Tao domain on Shi Chen's body continued to grow wildly. The instant his Tao might reach the eighth layer, thousands of scarlet vines shot out. The scarlet vines were like lightning spears, covering the sky and the ground as they surged over, carrying vast thunder might. Boom! Everywhere the scarlet vines passed, scarlet electric light spread out in the air, showing no blind spots. The Thunder King's peak strike fully displayed the power of his thunder Tao domain. When the scarlet vines arrived, they instantly struck the black and white eggs, shattering them into countless pieces. In the end, they are just puppets. The Thunder Sovereign held his breath and snorted coldly. That earlier strike was extremely powerful. That earlier strike drained most of his demonic energy and his great Tao energy. Even a true six-vein Sovereign Emperor would find it hard to escape death after getting struck by that attack. Hee, how scary. I nearly shattered them into pieces. Ha ha ha. Again. The shattered pieces on the ground suddenly gathered, and the black and white eggs reappeared, showing no signs of damage. At the critical moment earlier, the black and white eggs disintegrated at the same time. While it looked like the Thunder King had shattered them with one strike, in reality, the black and white eggs had taken the initiative to disintegrate themselves. Bang! 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 Before the somewhat stunned Thunder King could react, the black and white eggs charged over again. The vines of the gigantic, blood-sucking vines shattered. However, After a while, only the trunk remained. Since the Thunder King could not defeat them, he no longer dared to fight, frantically fleeing. That is, suddenly a bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The mysterious man, shrouded in bloody shadows, had cut off one of the vines holding the black robes, allowing the black robes to fly back into the air. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he attacked at lightning speed, grabbing the black robes in his hand. When Xiao Chen flipped the black robes over, he saw a scarlet dragon image embroidered on the inside. As he held it, the entire black robes seemed to move about like it was alive. The demonic cloud heaven swallowing art in Xiao Chen's body circulated involuntarily. With a thought, Xiao Chen tried to use his demonic Tao divine energy to control this black-clad sage robes. However, he helplessly discovered that there was an invisible membrane on the saint robe itself, blocking all of his divine essence and soul stones outside. After a while, Xiao Chen understood. His cultivation technique was not right. No matter how strong his demonic energy was, he could not control this black-clad sage robes. Damn it! Scram! She, who was being held back by Wang Yan, glanced over and discovered that the black robes landed in Xiao Chen's hand. Enraged, she swept his sword across and forced back Wang Yan, who was bitterly holding on. Wang Yan's palm exploded, and his Yan imperial sword trembled endlessly, nearly falling out of his hand. After Wang Yan landed, he moved back another 100 steps before he managed to neutralize the might of the other party's sword strike. Terrifying. Is this the other party's true strength? Whoosh! She, who had no choice but to expose his strength, forced back the other party with one sword strike. Then his figure flashed a few times, and he appeared before Xiao Chen. Give me the sage robes or die. She showed a stern expression, showing unprecedented anxiety in his eyes. Clearly, this sage robes were very important to him. This was the first time Xiao Chen faced this person. He did not look at the other party's left eye as he said calmly, "If you were fully confident of killing me, you would not be wasting words with me. I can give you the sage robes, but you have to agree to one condition." Xi's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "Speak." "Hand Jianghe to me." Xiao Chen already confirmed that he could not control the black-clad sage robes. After thinking for a while, he made this decision. This was the only opportunity for him to rescue Jianghe. Aside from the black-clad sage robes, she did not seem to care about anything else. Deal. She did not hesitate, showing a smile on his face. The scarlet cross in the depths of the demonic eye reappeared, spinning in reverse at an incredible speed. After a while, a figure was tossed out of the demonic eye. It was the star-plucking bandit, Jianghe. Xiao Chen kept his promise, tossing the black-clad sage robes to the other party. Whoosh! She casually flipped the sage robes around and put them back on. The long black robes extended all the way to Xi's calves. Scarlet dragons swam on the robes like they were alive, looking incredibly strange. "I'll leave this trash to you." She smiled faintly and left in a flash, ignoring Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he missed something. She agreed more straightforwardly than he expected. What a loss. I am useless to him now. He wants to find the inheritance key's location on me. Wearing that sage robe is equivalent to wearing the entire Xiuwu dynasty. Jiang, he said softly with a sigh after Xiao Chen helped him up. After Xiao Chen helped Jiang He up, he sighed and said softly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "It is probably not that simple. Let's not think about it. It is already worth it if I can get you back." Ha ha ha, what a brother. Jiang, he laughed happily when he heard that. He did not feel sullen about being imprisoned at all, feeling very carefree. Whoosh, whoosh. The black and white eggs, who had chased after the Thunder King, returned. After they landed, they circled Jianghe. Black Egg sniffed and said, "A familiar aura! It is very similar to the same person, but somewhat different." Ha ha ha. I get it now. You are an egg laid by a dragon egg, right? White Egg suddenly guffawed in wild joy. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows as he looked at Jiang He. Is he a descendant of the previous generation heaven dragon? Chapter 23:20. An egg laid by a dragon egg. Naturally, the dragon egg in White Egg's mouth was the previous generation heaven dragon. However, it said that it sensed the aura of the previous generation heaven dragon from Jiang He. Xiao Chen suddenly recalled that when they first met, Jiang He said that he came from Ancestor Dragon City. Now that Xiao Chen thought about it, an ordinary mixed-blood dragon would not have had the opportunity to enter Ancestor Dragon City so early. If Jiang He were a heaven dragon's descendant, that would make sense. No matter what the previous generation heaven dragon did, a heaven dragon was, after all, a heaven dragon. He was an existence worthy of respect and worship in the divine dragon empire. It was understandable that a heaven dragon's descendant had some special privileges. Regardless of what Xiao Chen was thinking, Jiang He showed dark lines on his face. The black and white eggs circling him made him feel embarrassed. Xiao Chen, what the heck are these two fellows? Jiang He could not stand these two puppets sniffing around him like dogs. He quickly ran to Xiao Chen's side to ask for help. The two of you should let him off first. Let me ask you, did that person catch up? Xiao Chen was more concerned about the Thunder King's life or death. If this person did not die, he would not feel at ease. White Egg smiled and said, that is natural. With the two of us making a move, there is a possibility of failure. However, although the blood-sucking vine's body was destroyed, its soul fled too quickly, entering that person's magic tool. Xiao Chen looked in the direction White Egg pointed at, where the Black Lotus Holy Sun, Ming Xian, was fighting with Chu Chaoyan. Sooner or later, I will truly destroy him. Murderous intent flared in Xiao Chen's eyes. In his heart, the Kunlun Realm's Thunder King would always be someone he had to kill. This show is really exciting. Jiang He could not help sighing as he watched the majestic, chaotic battle between sovereign emperors. Fortunately, this was the land of absolute beginning. Otherwise, even if it were Yen City, it would have been torn down long ago. After she put on the scarlet dragon cloak, he stopped fighting with the other Wangyans. He gathered his guests and rushed to the 9th altar. At some point in time, Yen, Sangming, and Zhen Yuan appeared beside him. The two seemed to intend to work together, working with the other princes to chase Wang Yun off the 9th altar. The originally chaotic situation had instead become clear after this. Yuan Zhen, who occupied the 9th altar and filled the sky with auspicious clouds, ended up becoming everyone's target. The entire second round of the Crown Prince battle was really like a changing king's flag, with one side singing and the other taking the stage. When one wave did not stop, another wave would rise. There would always be unexpected situations. What relationship do you have with the previous generation Heaven Dragon? It is impossible for she to capture you for no reason. As far as I know, the Heavenly Dragon does know where the inheritance key is. He discovered it in the Azure Dragon's old lands. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and asked Jiang He, who was beside him, "Since I've saved you, there's no point in hiding my secret." Jiang He's expression turned grave and his expression changed. "The previous Heavenly Dragon was my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you saved me because of that, you might be disappointed. The previous generation Heaven Dragon is my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you saved me because of that, you will be disappointed. We are both from the dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just wanted to clarify something. We are both from the dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just have some things that I want to clarify." What Jiang He thought was his business. "I believe you." Jiang He smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to slap Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen responded with a smile. The moment the two clasped hands, their trust was established. Because they knew each other, sometimes trust between people could be established in just a second, just like now. Whoosh! Chu Chaoyin descended from the sky and slowly landed beside the two. His complexion looked pretty good. It looked like he had not gotten injured from fighting against the two alone earlier. Yuan Zhen. This person really hit himself deeply. Everything fell into his trap. He raised a prince who did not exist to this point. Who knows how many people's plans were foiled? With the Buddha image's support, even with Shi and Yan Songming's help, Wang Yan's refinement of the Yan imperial sword continued to go uninterrupted. Far away, Wang Yan gathered Xiao Suo and the others, frowning slightly. Wang Yan hesitated on whether to join in and destroy this ninth altar or not. Realistically speaking, the fourth Prince Wang Yan was already Wang Yan's greatest competitor. At this moment, there was no right or wrong in Wang Yan's thoughts. Boom! Before Wang Yan could make a decision, Wang Yan laughed maniacally on the altar and pulled out the Yan imperial sword from the altar. The sword gave off a bright Buddhist light. This Wang Yan actually perfectly merged the Buddhist sect's great Tao with the Yenwu dynasty's dragon vein. Such a scene surpassed everyone's expectations. The many elders in the palace in the clouds were all stupefied. They had been rejecting the hidden spirit temple, not letting the hidden spirit temple interfere in the succession race. They even sided with the Xiaowu dynasty's demonic Dao Hall. However, when the fourth prince pulled out the Yan imperial sword, they were stunned. The bright Buddhist light on the sword meant that the situation was no longer within their control. The Yan emperor, who was restrained, revealed a mocking smile. These elders had been trying to play a balancing act, toying with both the Buddhist Tao and the demonic Tao in the palm of their hands. However, they did not know that in the eyes of the two factions, they were just pawns from the very start. Behind the smile was boundless sorrow. The Yan emperor knew that no matter what the result was, the Yenwu dynasty was finished. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor felt very anxious. He walked to the corner again and communicated with the mysterious black figure. The imperial ancestor seemed to be saying that the succession race had already gone out of control. Even they could no longer control it. The third round would definitely start soon. Whoever won would become the crown prince. Their original plan had failed. Who are you speaking to? The Yan emperor asked after the imperial ancestor finished speaking. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor showed a cold expression as he replied indifferently. This fourth brother should be a pawn that you and the hidden spirit temple arranged, right? Although I know that you are close to the hidden spirit temple, I did not expect you to be so deranged. Had I known, I would have crippled you long ago. As for who I am speaking to, you will naturally know when the succession race is over. When the Yan emperor heard that, he wanted to laugh loudly. However, his heart had already died, so he could not laugh. The Yan emperor's expression was even more unsightly than crying. These people are truly hopeless. Inside the ancient Yan emperor tomb, when Wang Yun drew his Yan imperial sword, the altar under him shattered. The entire core region began to shake violently, and the ground suddenly exploded. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Even when the many great perfection sovereign emperors attacked frantically, the ground in this absolute beginning land did not truly crack. But now, the ground had truly been sliced apart, and cracks visible to the naked eye had appeared. What exactly is this existence? To think that it possesses such power, even more horrifying than the many sovereign emperors combined. Rumble. The ground trembled even more intensely as a terrifyingly strong aura brewed underground. Shockwaves spread out. Everyone, including Xiao Qin, had no choice but to retreat again and again. How strong? Just the shock waves were unblockable. After Xiao Qin landed, he felt like a baby being pushed back. He felt like a baby in front of this aura, constantly being pushed back. Crack! Before everyone's eyes, A small tree, sapling giving off flames, appeared in the core region. Before Shao Qin could feel shocked, the sapling grew wildly at a startling speed. In an instant, it grew to the size of a mountain. As the tree branches swayed, boundless life force poured out. Bathed in the green light, everyone's internal injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ancient tree was still growing at an even faster rate. However, it was already large enough, giving the illusion that it had slowed down. It vaguely seemed like a condensed miniature of a vast dynasty's rise. The Yan Emperor Tree. This was the Yan Emperor Tree. This was the manifestation of a dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years. It relied on the dynasty's dragon vein for nourishment, growing for more than 100,000 years. Whoosh! 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 All the princes could not suppress the impulse in their hearts. They strode forward and frantically rushed towards the Yan Emperor Tree. In the third round of the succession race, whoever stood at the top of the divine tree would become the dynasty's crown prince. However, there were still many people under the towering tree, not moving at all. Not only that, but they also showed some confusion on their faces. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The divine tree has appeared, and the succession race is almost over. Why is there no sign of the ethereal immortal palace? The various outstanding talents who held the ethereal immortal palace keys looked around, searching for clues. Is it not time yet? Or is this prophecy the same as the previous ones? In the end, it turned out to be a lie. Chapter 23-21. The divine tree already appeared. Where was the ethereal immortal palace? The Yan Emperor divine tree appeared before everyone in its majestic form, swaying its branches. The exuberant life force turned into jade-green raindrops covering the vast core region. Looking at the core region, the towering trees towered into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. It started as a sapling, growing so fast that everyone could only look up at it, unable to see its peak. At the same time, this gave everyone a sense of the vastness of the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb's core region. This towering tree was very majestic. However, it was just a drop in the ocean in the core region. The place where it stood had its own magical power, able to contain everything. Compared to the other outstanding talents searching for clues to the ethereal immortal palace, Shao Qin had a much easier time. As the green raindrops fell on him, his injuries slowly healed. After the green life force entered his body, it felt like a warm flame, slowly burning. It felt warm, like a spring breeze blowing across the land, bringing a vast life force. Shao Qin clenched his fist tightly, and the surging divine energy in his body surged like the waves of a great river. Inside Nye Tian's soul pool, the sea of soul power that had dried up started to bubble. The blue dragon divine seal was like an ancient god that had been asleep for a long time. When it opened its eyes, 3 rings of light appeared in the sea of soul energy, surging with waves. Shao Qin's divine energy surged, and his soul returned to its peak. His tightly clenched right fist contained the vast energy brought by his divine energy and soul energy. This feeling was great. Shao Qin's lips curled up in a smile. His soul was restricted, and his strength plummeted. This was not a good feeling. Whoosh! 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 2 figures descended from the ancient Yan Emperor Tree. They were Hao Kai and Xiao Suo. Big brother, the 9th prince sent us down to protect you. He said that you are interested in the ethereal immortal palace, and will definitely clash with the other factions. After Xiao Suo landed, he explained to Shao Qin why he left Wang Yan. Hao Kai added, "This 9th prince is a pretty good person. He sent Wu Meng and the others to search for the Yan Emperor fruits and sent us back." Shao Qin withdrew his gaze from the ancient Yan Emperor Tree. Then he said calmly he can only rely on himself for the final stage. If not for Wang Yan occupying the 9th altar, he would have become the crown prince. However, it is hard to say now. The third round of the Crown Prince election was closely related to the second round. The ancient Yan Emperor tree grew on the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan and Wang Yin, who had perfectly merged with the dragon vein, had a great advantage over the other princes. The position of crown prince could only be between the two of them. Nothing, still nothing. Chu Chaoyin, who was holding the ethereal immortal palace key tightly, opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. The current martial epoch was like rotten wood. It retained its shape but lost its charm long ago. The momentum of the cycle of the epochs was unstoppable. The wings of time, the strongest transcendent grade soul tool of the martial epoch, had once reversed the situation and defeated the Black Dragon King. There was no reason for it not to show up. At this moment, the various outstanding talents who had not climbed the Yen Emperor Divine Tree were all interested in the ethereal immortal palace. At first, he was still hiding it, but now that the tide had receded, he had no choice but to reveal it. Apart from the inheritance key, there were a total of 7 keys to the immortal palace. The tide receded, and it was just nice to see who held the key to the immortal palace. Xiao Chen looked around and glanced at Yuan Zhen, who was still seated on the lotus platform in the clouds, bathing in a bright Buddhist light. Yuan Zhen, who had the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma, frowned. It seemed like something exceeded his expectations. Xiao Chen was the one who gave Yuan Zhen his ethereal immortal palace key. There was no need to guess. 2 people stood on a distant mound. Yen, Sangming, and Zhen Yuan stood side by side. Clearly, these 2 also had an ethereal immortal palace key. She who wore the scarlet dragon cloak had Ming Xian and Yang Qing accompanying him. The third ethereal immortal palace key had to be in his hands. The profound heaven, holy lands, Wenrin Yu and Dao Yan were together. Wenrin Yu probably had an ethereal immortal palace key as well. Xiao Qin and Chu Chaoyin each had one. The final key had to be in the hands of the Silver Dragon Kings group. When Xiao Chun looked over, a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming actually stood up. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun happened to meet the other party's gaze. A cold, murderous intent sent a chill through his body. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. The ancient Yen Emperor Tree's vigorous life force healed his injuries, allowing him to return to his peak. However, Qin Ming, who was nearly half dead and nearly crippled, underwent a nirvanic rebirth and improved. Nephew, there is no need to lower yourself to his level for now. Finding the ethereal immortal palace is more important. His Majesty instructed us to prioritize the wings of time. The Silver Dragon King feared Qin Ming and could not hold back, charging over on impulse. Earlier, Qin Ming had been crushed into a pile of mush and was in a deep sleep. He did not know how horrifying Xiao Chen, who possessed Heavenly Slayer, was. If Qin Ming thought that he could defeat Xiao Chen after undergoing a nirvanic rebirth, that would not be good. I know. Qin Ming showed a stern expression, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still slowly withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not minding it. Previously, the chaotic scene had actually become somewhat deserted under the towering ancient tree. The other guests followed the princes and climbed up the ancient Yen Emperor tree. Even if this round did not have much to do with them, they still had to fight for the Yen Emperor fruits hidden on the tree. Not only did the Yen Emperor fruits have the miraculous effect of extending one's lifespan, but legend said that they could also increase one's luck, allowing one's luck to soar. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could sense the existence of fate. Naturally, one's desire for luck increased. Compared to the illusory, ethereal immortal palace and the wings of time, which involved a lot of things, these people were more interested in the tangible Yen Emperor fruits. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The people with ethereal immortal palace keys were like Chu Chaoyin, feeling somewhat confused. Looking at the silent Chu Chaoyin, Xiao Chen suddenly asked, Have you ever thought that the ethereal immortal palace will not appear without the inheritance key? What do you mean? Shao Qin said after some thought. Actually, I think this. For tens of thousands of years, there have been predictions of the ethereal immortal palace appearing. However, none of them have been accurate. If it happened once or twice, it could be due to the standards of these diviners. However, there has to be another reason for the thousands of failures. Chu Chaoyun's eyes lit up. He had never heard of such a theory before. I believe that in the past, someone must have gathered all 7 keys and only lacked the inheritance key. Since one lacks the inheritance key, even if the ethereal immortal palace appears, one cannot enter. In that case, what is the point of the ethereal immortal palace not appearing? Understanding dawned on Chu Chaoyun. He said, "Are you saying that the ethereal immortal palace can sense the existence of the inheritance key or a similar formation? Without the 7 keys and the inheritance key, the formation in the ethereal immortal palace would not be activated, unable to appear." That's right. That is my guess. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the predictions for tens of thousands of years have failed time and time again. Shao Chen lowered his head and casually fiddled with his fingers. Then he said softly, "However, this is just a guess. After all, the inheritance key was lost long ago. There is no way to truly gather all the keys and test them." Right after Shao Chen spoke, Chu Chaoyun shifted his gaze to Jiang He. "Don't look at me. I really don't know where the inheritance key is." Jiang He showed a helpless expression as he quickly explained. If he knew, he would have said it long ago. Not everyone could endure Xi's torture. Boom! Jiang He lowered his head and fiddled with his fingers. Then he suddenly raised his head. The instant Jiang He raised his head, the blue dragon image behind him turned solid. Its long hair fluttered, showing its sharpness. With a wave of his hand, he executed Firmament's rage. The rage of a great, desolate Aeon ancestor, dragon, formed a gigantic palm. 5-element divine lightning flowed in the palm, rising and falling, looking like an immortal nation. Bang! This palm strike happened to clash with Yuan Zhen, who attacked without any warning. Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform in the sky, executed all things to nothing. Using the supreme Buddhist might, he formed a golden Buddha palm that covered the sky and sun. The 2 palms clashed, producing a loud sound and a strong wind. The ancient Yen Emperor tree, which towered into the clouds, trembled endlessly in the strong wind caused by the shock waves. The many guests searching for Yen Emperor fruits on the tree felt like the world collapsed. The weaker guests were instantly flung off, screaming endlessly, "Retreat!" Shao Chen pulled Jiang He and turned into a flash of purple electric light as he retreated. After Xiao Suo landed, he tightly grasped the scarlet blood war banner. Then, together with Wu Meng, he shielded Shao Qin, Chu Chaoyun, and Jiang He with grave expressions. The shock waves of the 2 palms' strikes lingered in the air for a long time. The lightning and the shattered golden Buddha palm materialized a horrifying, mysterious phenomenon. From an outsider's point of view, such a large space had become a terrifying forbidden zone. Bathed in a gentle Buddhist light, Yuan Zhen sat on the lotus platform and slowly passed through the forbidden zone formed by the shock waves. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on Jiang He. Yuan Zhen's purpose immediately became clear. Whoosh! 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 3 figures arrived in an instant. She led Ming Xian and Yang Qing over. "Shao Qin, it looks like you are not the only one who figured out the crux of the problem." After Chu Chaoyun said that, Jiang He felt very uneasy. He smiled bitterly, endlessly. After all, the one in the sky was the unfathomable Yuan Zhen. Jiang He had already experienced the various means of the 3 charging over from the ground. Jiang He cursed endlessly in his heart. However, he was not cursing these people, but his heartless father. "Father, you really harmed your son. If you really knew about the inheritance key, you could have just told me. That way, I would not be in such a state where I cannot explain myself." Hand this person to me. She did not waste any words, getting straight to the point. Sure. Xiao Chun was exceptionally straightforward, startling Jiang He and Shi. However, you have to use the scarlet dragon sacred robe you are wearing to exchange for it. She revealed a faint smile, and the deep abyssal cross in his left eye appeared again. Then it turned into a blazing scarlet flame. Kacha! Kacha! Crack! Crack! This strange scarlet flame ignited at the bottom of Shi's left eye and burned endlessly. It was like it burned through the barriers of many worlds, traversing a boundless distance. Then it burned out of Shi's eye socket and reached his eyebrows. The instant the scarlet flame burned out of Shi's eye socket, the fear from the deep abyss materialized and surged over. Combined with the smile on Shi's face, he looked extremely reclusive. Whoosh! When faced with this materialized fear, Xiao Suo and the others had to take a few steps back before slowly coming to a stop. Even so, they still did not dare to look at Shi's face. Xiao Qin, do you know who is your friend and who is your enemy in this place? She asked, not taking advantage of the instant his aura suppressed Xiao Qin and the others to come out. Instead, he continued to smile. Xiao Qin looked straight at Shi and replied calmly, My friends are in front of me and on my left and right. Naturally, Xiao Suo and Xiao Qin were in front. Chu Chaoyan and Jiang He were on his left and right. Wrong, she blurted out without hesitation. He showed a serious expression, exuding an unquestionable charm. The old epic has already aged, and the new epic is about to begin. Epics come and go, the cycle of reincarnation never ending. Do you really understand that reincarnation is more than just these 4 words? This was the general trend. It was a trend that no one could stay out of, and no one could stay out of it. Aside from me, the people around you might not have a choice or follow the trend. They might betray you, abandon you, kill you. She enunciated every word like a clap of thunder, ringing in Xiao Chen's mind, targeting the weakest spot in his heart. Betray you, abandon you, kill you. These 3 words lingered in Xiao Chen's mind, reverberating without scattering. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He had thought of a similar problem when Chu Chaoyan sought out Xiao Chen for cooperation. She's confident words meant that aside from Xiao Chen, no one else could be trusted. Why is he so confident? Is he a contingency plan that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yan laid back then? Does he know my identity as a blue dragon? Chapter 23-22. Betray you, abandon you, kill you. This was like a heavy blow to Xiao Chen's head, rendering him speechless for a moment, unable to understand what was going on. Xiao Chen also felt like he had just woken up from a dream, as he had thought of everything the other party said before. Back then, when the sinister winds lingered in Black Wind Ridge, Chu Chaoyan explained the situation to Xiao Chen when he met him. Xiao Chen had thought of all this. Who could remain aloof from the situation? Who could guarantee that their hearts would not change? Who could say that they did not have a choice? Hence, when Xiao Chen swung his saber, he did not believe in heaven or the situation. He just wanted to swing his saber and break all restraints. However, it was not that simple. Even until now, Chu Chaoyan had not told Xiao Chen how he entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Suo had the pirate alliance behind him, after inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable inheritance. Could he guarantee that he would not be forced by the situation? Big brother, big brother. Xiao Chen only addressed Xiao Chen as big brother after his defeat. Hao Kai was an expert of the Golden Crow Empire. He came to help Xiao Chen because of Ao Jiao. Without Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen could not predict how Hao Kai would treat Xiao Chen. As for Jiang He, who could be sure that he did not know the location of the inheritance key? No one aside from Xiao Chen. Who is your friend? Who is your enemy? The scarlet flame in Shi's demonic eye that burned through countless barriers of worlds looked like a flickering blood tear. After forcing back Xiao Chen and the others with his aura, she did not choose to make a move. This made his words sound very convincing. If she had not said that earlier and directly attacked, no one might have been able to block him. The scarlet flame that came from the depths of Xi's eye seemed to burn through countless barriers of worlds. It was more terrifying than many people imagined. Xiao Chen's heart wavered. He was practically certain that the other party was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's backup. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had the blue dragon bloodline in the first place. Given that Xiao Chen also had the blue dragon bloodline, he and she could be considered on the blue dragon's side. If that was true, Xi's words would be even more believable. The bright moon in the sky. Have you ever wondered whose blood dyed that bright moon red? You've also held the blood dragon saint robe in your hands. Don't you find it familiar? Others might not understand, but you should understand what I'm saying. You should make your own judgment on who to believe and who not to believe. Xi's words were too impactful, making Chu Chaoyin, Zhang He, Xiao Suo, and Wu Meng feel that something was wrong with Xiao Chen. In the past, Xiao Chen wouldn't have hesitated like this at all. What would you do if I hand Zhang He to you? After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen looked up at Xi and asked. Hearing those words, Chu Chaoyun and Zhang He's expressions changed drastically, as if their hearts had been struck heavily. Zhang He felt as if his heart was shattering, and he was in extreme pain. His lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Xiao Chen was still suspecting him of not telling the truth about the inheritance key. However, Xiao Chen really did not know where the inheritance key was. Chu Chaoyan showed a complicated expression, feeling somewhat disappointed. In the end, Xiao Chen was an ordinary person. Before the greater picture, he could not stay out of it. Xiao Chen also felt somewhat relieved. This was good as well. There were no more excuses. Everyone had no choice. However, they had their own karma, so the guilt in Xiao Chen's heart lessened significantly. However, for some reason, memories of the past filled Xiao Chen's mind. The various scenes in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm flashed. Boundless sorrow still filled the depths of Xiao Chen's heart. Time was truly merciless. Xiao Suo tightly grasped the scarlet blood war banner, feeling somewhat powerless. His expression turned fidgety and uneasy. Even the indomitable battle hunger of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance seemed somewhat unstable, somewhat uncontrollable. Xiao Chen wondered, if Xiao Chen really handed over his friend, is this big brother still worth following? Hao Kai's expression changed slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his normal expression. Xiao Chen only needed to remember what Ao Jiao instructed him to do. Xi's grave expression relaxed slightly. The scarlet flame burning in the demonic flame slowly dimmed as he gave his answer. Whether he knows the location of the inheritance key or not, it is certain that he is the one with the deepest connection to the inheritance key in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Since he cannot obtain any information while he is alive, let him die. In any case, even if Trash dies, there will be no loss. If we can really obtain information about the inheritance key, we will have the initiative. No matter what, we will be the winners. This was what she wanted to do after Xiao Chen handed Zhang He to him. He spoke bluntly, not hiding anything. Who could have imagined that right after she spoke, Xiao Chen would draw the tyrant's saber on his back? Then he said softly, "Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot hand him to you. Whether he is friend or foe, I cannot forgive myself for sending my friend to his death." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Zhang He, who was preparing to leave, felt stunned. This made Chu Chaoyun's lips curl up in a smile. His sadness immediately vanished. Time was the most merciless. However, one should not throw all excuses to it. There would always be some people and some things that remain the same even after a long time. Boom! The scarlet flame in Xi's eyes, which had already dimmed, soared and brightened again. Then he asked seriously, "Are you sure? When those people react, when the bald donkey in the sky makes up his mind, Do you know how miserable your death will be?" The strangeness of this place had already attracted the attention of the Silver Dragon King, Yin Tsangming, Wenrenyu, and the others. However, they had not thought about the connection between the prophecy and the inheritance key. They were still waiting to see what she was planning on doing to Xiaoqin. However, once they figured it out, Xiaoqin, who still had to protect Jiang He, would definitely become everyone's target, mercilessly besieged. No one would be able to survive after making so many enemies. You don't have to care about that. When I draw my saber, you should understand what I mean. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, his heart no longer fluctuating. As a bladesman, when Xiao Qin drew his saber to protect someone, he had already forgotten about life and death. When a gentleman drew his saber, it was a promise of life and death. There was no need to say anything else. Everything was written on the saber. Those who could understand would not ask too much. Silence, no one spoke. However, everyone could feel it. She's aura grew increasingly terrifying. The heavy aura pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Boom! For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. This body is like a sword, unyielding pride. My heart is like the sun and the moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger traveled through time and space, descending once more. Xiao Sua used his physical body to wield the Scarlet Blood War Banner, forcefully driving the indomitable battle hunger. The war banner fluttered like waves, flapping loudly in the wind, forcefully pushing back Xi's aura. Then Xiao Sua ferociously thrust out, using his fearless courage and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger to take the initiative to attack Xi. Go! I'll block him! Whoosh! A cold light flickered at the tip of the banner. The indomitable battle hunger gathered at one point. If a star were here, it would be able to pierce through it. Let's go! A look of determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he made up his mind. He could not waste the opportunity that Xiao Sua created. Whoosh! 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 The group executed their movement techniques and retreated. Buzz! Xiao Sua seemed to be prepared to die. The spear that he thrust out looked like it would strike Xi's chest. The other party stretched out his right hand and grabbed it. The tip of the banner immediately buzzed endlessly. Rumble! As the tip of the banner buzzed, the ground shook wildly. The entire world seemed unstable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ming Xian and Yang Qing flashed past Xiao Sua, turning into two beams of dim light, one black and one azure, in pursuit. The auspicious clouds in the sky churned like waves. Yuan Zhen, who was sitting on the lotus platform in the air, suddenly stood up. A bright light flickered in Yuan Zhen's eyes. Clearly, he had already made up his mind, believing that Jiang He was the key to the ethereal Immortal Palace's appearance. Yuan Zhen leaped up gently and descended at lightning speed, carrying Buddhist might that filled the sky. The ethereal Immortal Palace must have something to do with Xiaoqin or the people around Xiaoqin. Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiaoqin. The ethereal Immortal Palace must have something to do with Xiaoqin or the people around Xiaoqin. Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiaoqin. The eyes of Xigong Shu, who had been tightly grasping the ethereal Immortal Palace key and searching for clues, lit up in realization. I understand. After him. The inheritance keys' whereabouts must be with Jiang He. This fellow is the descendant of the previous generation Heaven Dragon. No matter what, we must capture him. Right after Xigong Shu spoke, he led the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming in a frantic pursuit of Xiaoqin. Everyone here was an outstanding talent. As they grasped the ethereal Immortal Palace key, they could start a new epic. All of them had the determination of a super faction behind them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest outstanding talents of the entire martial epoch. Perhaps they could not figure it out previously. However, given the current situation, they could guess the connection between the inheritance Qi and Jianghe. Yan Songming and the profound heaven holy lands Wenren you raised their heads at nearly the same time, looking in the direction that Shaoqin took. Then, without hesitation, their figures flashed at the same time, leading their people in pursuit. Xiao Suo, who was holding the Scarlet Blood War banner, gritted his teeth. His facial features twisted wildly, but he still could not advance. Xiao Suo did not grab the Scarlet Blood War banner with a hand, but a scarlet dragon claw. Chapter 23:23. The blood dragon, swimming on the sage cloak, merged its claws with Xi's arm, firmly grasping the Scarlet Blood War banner. This made it hard for Xiao Suo to advance. What blocked him was not a person, but a vast dynasty. The moon reigned supreme, and the blood dragon supported him. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable battle hunger could force back Xi's aura. However, it could not stop a dynasty. How unfortunate. She sighed softly. I can't see the Scarlet Blood Pirate King personally. Defeating his inheritor is simply an unfair victory. Xiao Suo gently twisted the hand holding the banner pole. He felt like he could not hold the banner properly. As Xiao Suo slowly moved the banner pole, demonic energy flowed through his palm and entered his body, looking like a demonic dragon rampaging through his body. Blood dyeing the sky. Xiao Suo suppressed the demonic Tao divine energy in his body and roared ferociously. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. Blood dyed the sky red and a vast sea roared. Huge waves surged and a vast aura instantly formed. Boundless blood filled the sky, dyeing it red. Below was a vast sea with surging waves, each one taller than the one before. Xiao Suo's Scarlet Blood War banner covered his body, creating layers of waves. Then he took a step forward with the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand. The Scarlet Blood War banner broke through the other party's dragon claw and pierced his chest, launching a great counterattack. Roar! However, the blood dragon on Xi's black robes came to life in an instant. A scarlet dragon image circled around Xi. Then, the dragon had hovered above Xi's head and roared ferociously at the surging waves. Rumble! The waves surged back, and the blood-stained sky slowly faded. The blood dragon raged, directly forcing back the surging aura. Pu-ci! The backlash from the killing move forced Xiao Suo to vomit a mouthful of blood. He could no longer tightly grip the Scarlet Blood War banner. The other party's demonic energy war banner surged over like a spiral. First, Xiao Suo suffered a backlash. Then he was ruthlessly knocked back by this attack. As soon as Zhang Xian landed on the ground, before he could even react, she waved the war banner in his hand. Whoosh! A miserable shriek rang out as the banner tip pierced Xiao Suo's chest, pinning him to the ground. The demonic Tao divine energy on the war banner flowed through Xiao Suo's chest, invading his limbs and bones like a ferocious tiger. Xiao Suo was immediately suppressed, pinned to the ground, unable to move. To an imperial lord, the heart was no longer a vital point unless they used their divine essence to extinguish all the vitality in the body. Otherwise, if a sovereign emperor were to leave behind a drop of blood that contained life force, they would be able to be reborn. However, without a rebirth mystic art, the process would be slower. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed and their divine seals were not destroyed in time, an Empyrean lord's soul could still escape. Xi's move completely suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. Then, Xiao Chen used the Scarlet Blood War banner to pin him to the ground. Although it would not harm his foundation, the humiliation would be devastating. More importantly, Empyreans were difficult to kill. Since she could restrain Xi without spending too much effort, he would definitely know when to give up. Not killing Xiao Suo was not his benevolence. His main objective was to catch up to Xiao Chen. You are too weak. You have only scratched the surface of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger. After saying that, she swaggered over, not bothering to look back at Xiao Su. Xiao Suo gripped the blood-colored war banner with both hands and clenched his teeth, wanting to pull it out. His facial features contorted, and even after exerting all his strength it was to no avail. It had to be said that this was a great irony. Xiao Chun was pinned to the ground by his own Scarlet Blood War banner, yet he could not do anything about it. No one would want to endure such humiliation. However, Xiao Suo did not mind at all. Even though his divine energy and soul energy were suppressed, he was like an ordinary person now. He only had brute force left, and he did not give up. What was worse was that the tip of the banner pierced his chest. Every movement brought intense pain that could cause him to faint at any moment. However, Xiao Suo did not give up. He did not get distracted or hesitate. He focused on slowly pulling out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Xiao Suo showed a ferocious expression, and sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. He completely displayed the brute force, tenacity, and ferocity of a pirate captain. Cassier, she, who had already walked some distance away, stopped and turned to look. He saw blood spurting out of Xiao Suo's chest like a fountain as he lay on the ground. Xiao Suo had used his own brute force to pull out the Scarlet Blood War banner. The instant Xiao Suo pulled out the war banner, the restriction that she left in his body collapsed like a gushing river. Xiao Suo held up the Scarlet Blood War banner, allowing it to flutter in the air. Then he stood up again. The blood-stained war banner did not diminish its elegance at all. Instead, it added lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. The war banner fluttered noisily. It was not the wind blowing at the banner, but the banner fluttering in the wind. The blazing battle hunger in Xiao Suo's heart drove this once unrivaled war banner. As Xiao Suo held up the war banner, it was like he was not standing on the ground, but on a vast ocean. His battle hunger and his pirate heart seemed to infect this land of absolute beginning. A ship slowly broke out of the ground. A group of experts who once followed this war banner turned into war souls. They rode a ship from the distant river of time, coming under orders. A vast ocean surged before Xi's eyes. Xiao Suo stood on the bow of the ship, and many other warships materialized behind him. The souls of experts stood on the bow of those warships, facing the wind and riding the waves. She revealed some surprise on his face. He asked in a strange tone, "Did you not feel humiliated at all in that earlier scene?" She had not expected Xiao Suo to stand up again. If it were an ordinary person, after being pinned to the ground by their own weapon, they would have broken down due to the great humiliation. This would leave an indelible shadow in their hearts in the future. However, she did not see any humiliation or hatred in Xiao Suo. She was not shocked at the strength of the Scarlet Blood War banner. To think that it could summon war souls of the past and materialize many strong warships. She was shocked at Xiao Suo's temperament. Such a person was the blind spot of his demonic eye of fear. If he was so resilient, he would not feel any fear in his heart. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King spent half his life wandering from place to place. He lived like a dog for half his life, but he never gave up on his pirate heart. The humiliation just now was nothing to me. Compared to the wind and rain I experienced on the sea, it is nothing. Xiao Suo showed a calm and unruffled expression, not showing any rage or dissatisfaction at all. Why bother? Even if you blocked me, at least 2 of the people chasing Xiao Chen are no weaker than me. Only death awaits him. Xiao Suo grabbed his collar and tossed it up. The black robes turned into a blood moon that slowly rose. Under the blood moon, she spoke unhurriedly as he looked at Xiao Suo. She stretched out his hand and beckoned. The demonic imperial sword, which was stabbed into the ground somewhere, buzzed and turned into a beam of black light that entered his palm. All this showed that she treated Xiao Suo as a true opponent and was truly enraged. All I need to know is that by blocking you, Xiao Chen will have one less strong opponent. There is no need for you to shake my will. After receiving a favor, I will remember it for life. It has already merged into my soul and bloodline. Xiao Suo lowered the war banner on the warships, bowed, and pointed it at the other party. After some thought, he said, "Attack, then." As she and Xiao Suo fought, Xiao Chen, Jiang He, Chu Chaoyan, and the others took the opportunity to retreat. However, Yuan Zhen, who was in the sky, used the auspicious clouds to pursue them. Xiao Chen could not shake off Yuan Zhen, who kept his eyes on him. The more problematic thing was that the Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Dao Yan Wenrin Yu, Yin Songming Zhen Yuan, and the others held the ethereal Immortal Palace keys. All of them reacted. The crux of the ethereal Immortal Palace lay with Jiang He, so they gave chase as well. Yuan Zhen attacked again. Xiao Chen and the others did not want to waste time with him, so they delayed themselves and dodged. Boom! The ground within 5,000 kilometers caved in, and a huge palm imprint appeared. If this palm strike landed, it would not be good. They would either die or be injured. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand. While the group dodged, Yuan Zhen landed in front of them, blocking their path. A sea of bitterness appeared. Yuan Zhen sat on a lotus platform, looking at the others from a distance. Whoosh! 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 Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived in an instant. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu landed together. Yan, Sangming, and Zhen Yuan blocked the left path. Dao, Yan, and Wenrin Yu were even farther away, rushing over unhurriedly. Ambushes immediately surrounded the group. There was no way out in the sky or on the ground. Xiao Chen looked around and sighed. He already made up his mind. He looked at Jiang He and said, "As a friend, this is as far as I can help you. I'll deal with this monk. I'll help block the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu." Chu Chaoyan added, "Leave Ming Xian and Yang Qing to me." Since there was no way out in the sky or on the ground, Xiao Chen could only help Jiang He block the strongest few and see if Jiang He could take the opportunity to break out. Even if you didn't say anything, I would be too embarrassed to remain here. Many thanks. Jiang He knew that for Xiao Chen to be able to help him this much, he had already done his best, far surpassing that of a friend. Without any hesitation or delay, a dragon roar came from Jiang He's body as he soared towards a certain opening. The mighty dragon roar caused the surroundings to tremble slightly under this furious roar. Jiang He's body exuded a rare dragon might, giving off an ethereal and holy feeling. The mysteries of the heaven dragon. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized it. It looked like this Jiang He was not weak, either. What was the mysteries of the heaven dragon? One had to have great boldness and breadth of mind to be able to encompass the boundless sky. However large the sky was, one's heart had to be as large as the sky. One had to be able to encompass the sky and not become one with it, walking the path of no return. One had to be one with the sky and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. Attack! Seeing that Jiang He wanted to flee, a murderous intent appeared in Yuan Zhen's eyes as he immediately attacked. Xiao, Chen, Chu Chaoyan, and Hao Kai had expected this long ago. Their figures flashed as they blocked their opponents. They had to create a path of survival for Jiang He amidst this desperate situation where he was being ambushed from every direction. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. All the cultivators holding the ethereal Immortal Palace keys felt their keys tremble for no reason. All of them felt their keys trembling for no reason, and their faces instantly changed. Chapter 23-24. The ethereal Immortal Palace keys trembled for no reason. Without any warning, the ethereal Immortal Palace keys in everyone's hands suddenly trembled for no reason. Wait a moment. Sikong Shu stopped the Silver Dragon King and Qinming who were about to attack Jiang He. The key in his hand gave off a faint glow as it trembled endlessly. Qin Ming and the Silver Dragon King stared at the key, their expressions changing slightly. What's going on? Qin Ming looked at Si Shu in confusion. Si Shu could not hide his nervousness. Even after coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb for so long, the key had not shown any strange movements. Now, it suddenly moved like it was summoned by something. Clearly, the key could not possibly tremble for no reason. There had to be a reason. What was the reason? Naturally, the first thing that came to mind was whether the ethereal Immortal Palace was about to appear. The ethereal Immortal Palace is about to appear! The Silver Dragon King asked excitedly, excitement flashing in his eyes. It is highly possible. It looks like the ethereal Immortal Palace does not have much to do with Jiang He. Perhaps we had guessed wrong before. Let Bai Yunfei and Xia Hozuan guard outside, and we should not chase any more. We should not give chase, Si Shu said softly after some thought as he watched Jiang He leave. The ethereal Immortal Palace might appear in the next moment. At that time, it would be hard to avoid conflict. It would be foolish to split the main force to chase after Jiang He. Above the sea of bitterness, Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform, quietly looked at the key floating before him. It appeared? Yuan Zhen frowned slightly. He did not feel as excited as the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming. Yuan Zhen's eyes were empty, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It looks like the ethereal Immortal Palace is really going to appear. Where will it be? Yan Sangming tightly grasped the key with his right fist, trembling slightly. As he looked around, he revealed a terrifying aura in his eyes. The trembling key startled everyone, disrupting what they were doing. Congratulations. I'm going to spare your life, she said indifferently as he looked at the injured Xiao Su. Then he ignored the other party and quickly met up with Ming Xian and Yang Qing. What's going on? Xiao Sua's fighting spirit had yet to fade. However, his injuries could no longer support him. If she had persisted earlier, Xiao Sua might not have been able to last much longer. However, the other party suddenly lost interest in Xiao Sua. Then he put on the robes again and fled far away. Whatever, let's heal first. Without giving it any further thought, Xiao Sua swallowed a medicinal pill and left silently. Chu Chaoyan and Xiao Qin exchanged a look. The keys to the ethereal palace in their hands were both trembling. The profound meaning of the Heaven Dragon? It was too much of a coincidence that the divine palace key changed right after Jiang. He unleashed his Heaven Dragon's esoteric way. The others were attracted by the movement of the key and might not have noticed this detail. However, Xiao Qin, who also grasped the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, would not miss this. He muttered to himself, did the previous Heaven Dragon really know about the inheritance key? Be that as it may, it was too late to ask Jiang He now. Everyone's attention was drawn to the key in their hands. Just a moment ago, Jiang He had been the target of everyone. After a few glances, he watched him leave. Since the ethereal Immortal Palace had yet to appear, they naturally had to capture him. The descendant of the Heaven Dragon, who had limitless possibilities with the inheritance key. Now that the Immortal Palace was about to appear, chasing after him would be putting the cart before the horse. Xiao Qin took a quick look around. Aside from a few weak sovereign emperors still chasing Jiang He, there were no other sovereign emperors. The other super experts, like Dao Yan, Yuan Zhen, and the others, did not take the initiative to attack. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, the ethereal palace key suddenly flew out of his hand and flew in a certain direction. In the dusky sky, it was like a meteor shooting out rays of light. It was not just Xiao Qin. Chu Chaoyan, Yan Sangming, Shi, Yuan Zhen, Wenrenyu, and Si Shu all lost control of their ethereal Immortal Palace keys. Ha 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 ha, chase! However, there was not the slightest bit of panic on most people's faces. Instead, it was replaced by wild joy. The Silver Dragon King roared ferociously. Then, together with Sikongshu and Qinming, they chased after the flowing light. The Immortal Palace is really going to appear. A fanatical look flashed in Yen Songming's eyes. He appeared excited and overjoyed. It's not time to get excited yet. Obtaining the wings of time will be perfect. Zhang Yuan, who was at the side, said calmly, "Right, let's go as well." Yen Songming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then his expression slowly turned calm, and his eyes filled with sharpness. Suddenly, a black demonic image burst out of Zhang Yuan's eyes. The demonic image surged and surged. If Xiao Chun were here, he would definitely recognize this as the Black Dragon King's demonic nature energy that Zhang Yuan absorbed in the soaring Dragon Great Realm. Whoosh! In the next moment, the demonic image burst out and wrapped around Yen Songming, turning into a black tornado as it charged forward. Everywhere it passed, sand and rocks flew. Ferocious roars rang out endlessly, and the sky changed color, inspiring fear. The people who held the ethereal Immortal Palace keys did not want to fall behind. They all brought out their strongest means, moving like lightning bolts as they gave chase. Did you see Jiang He? After she met up with Yang Qing and Ming Xian, he immediately asked about Jiang He's whereabouts. After some thought, Ming Xian replied, "After the ethereal Immortal Palace keys moved strangely, I feared that something big would happen. So I did not give chase and waited for my lord to come. I only sent a few people to chase after him. I don't know if we can catch up." "What's wrong? Could it be that Jiang He is still useful?" The Azure Lotus, Holy Daughter, asked softly, her eyes sparkling. After some thought, she replied, "The ethereal Immortal Palace keys would not move for no reason. The mystery of Jiang He has not been solved yet. My intuition tells me that this person is very useful. What should we do now? Should I chase after him?" Ming Xian asked as he looked at Xi, raising his eyebrows. Xi's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "There's no need. If he really has karma, he will not be able to leave even if he wants to. Let's go after the keys." Xi gently flapped his cloak, and a dragon roar rang out. The blood dragon roared and soared into the air, carrying the three into the air. Jiang He, who she said could not escape karma, was not having a good time either. Although no super experts chased after Jiang He, some of the great perfection sovereign emperors were demonic, Tao, outstanding talents, great, desolate Ian bloodlines and sect elders. Even a two-veined sovereign emperor like Xiao Qin could not afford to offend them. Fortunately, Xiao Qin grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. These people would not be able to catch up to him quickly. However, if this continued, he would still die when he ran out of divine energy. Xiao Chen had never intended to join in on the excitement of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Jiang, he felt very depressed that he ended up causing a great calamity for no reason. Oh no! Suddenly, Jiang He's expression changed slightly. He drew his saber and swung it around. Bang! The saber light struck a huge snake's body. A strong rebound knocked Jiang He back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures landed. They were the White Marsh Beast Empires by Yunfei and the Hound Lion Empires, Xiahozun. "Jiang He, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Bai Yunfei smiled faintly. He and Xiahozun had been guarding the periphery under Sikongshu's orders. This was to prevent Jiang He from breaking out of the encirclement with Xiao Chen's help, not giving him a true chance to flee. Xiahozun said indifferently, "Jiang He, come with us obediently. On account that we are both from the Bushan Palace, we will not make things too difficult for you compared to those demonic Tao sovereign emperors." The path ahead was blocked, and there were pursuers behind. Jiang He's situation immediately turned extremely bad. His thoughts raced as he felt helpless. Jiang, he thought about how carefree and unfettered he was in the great Thousand Realms. With his Heaven Dragon's mysteries, Practically no one could do anything to him. However, after coming to the ancient Yin Emperor tomb, he realized that it was not that others could not do anything to him. It was just that he had not run into too many experts in the past. The ancient Yin Emperor tomb was a place where the elite sovereign emperors were continuously eliminated. Nearly all of the strongest sovereign emperors under 500 years old in the entire martial epoch gathered here. Jiang He's carefree life in the past was restricted in this ancient Yin Emperor tomb. Boom! Suddenly, 2 beams of black light surged out. Everywhere they passed, life force extinguished. They instantly bound up by Yunfei and Xiaozun. Whoosh! Grim Reaper Lin Feng descended from the sky and landed beside Jiang He. Come with me. Lin Feng did not say anything more. He grabbed Jiang He, wanting to bring him away. I'll explain later. Seeing that Lin Feng did not show any murderous intent, Jiang He felt suspicious as he quickly followed him. By the time Bai Yunfei and Xiaozun dealt with the troublesome Death Dao Sovereign Emperor's mysteries, the two could no longer be seen. This place should be safe for now, Lin Feng said calmly as he looked around after landing. Along the way, Lin Feng had already explained his identity. He was Xiao Chen's friend in the Heavenly Alliance. Jiang He smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Jiang He smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Fortunately, Jiang He had a cheerful personality and did not mind. Just as he wanted to say something, the ethereal Immortal Palace is about to appear. Lin Feng looked into the distance. 7 beams of light slowly gathered there. They looked like 7 divine birds with their heads connected to their tails, spiraling around like the blazing sun in the sky. Chapter 23-25. The 7 ethereal Immortal Palace keys connected like divine birds, looking resplendent and dazzling. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Qin, Chu Chaoyan, and the other 2 looked into the distance, entering deep thought. Xiao Chen thought to himself, the 7 ethereal Immortal Palace keys formed a circle, looking incredibly dazzling. However, the circle was pitch black. This formed a clear contrast with the light of the keys. That pitch-black circle was frighteningly dark, giving off faint spatial fluctuations. To others, the scene before them looked like a total solar eclipse. Aside from slight shock, they could not see any other mysteries or obtain any more information. However, the nearby cultivators were either great perfection, sovereign emperors, or outstanding talents like Xiaoqin. They could sense the space-time fluctuations in the black hole, so they frowned heavily and showed grave expressions. The space-time Great Tao split into 2. One was the Time Tao, and the other was the Space Great Tao. The latter was still fine. The sovereign emperors present had many experts who comprehended the Space Great Tao or soul tools or secret techniques related to the Space Great Tao. For example, Xiao Chen's Firmament's Rage had a deep connection to the Space Great Tao. The 5-element divine lightning grew endlessly in Xiao Chen's palm, materializing a simplified small world. This was the manifestation of the Space Great Tao. Another example was someone like Dao Yen, who grasped the 10th layer ice Tao domain and could materialize a small world. However, the former, the Time Tao, was a great Tao that inspired despair. If one grasped a little of it, one could sweep through the world. Even during the peak of the martial epoch, no one grasped the Time Tao, not to mention the current martial epoch. Xiao Chen's state of cycle touched upon the Time Tao. However, it was far from the Time Tao. The faint fluctuations made it easy to connect it to the wings of time. At the same time, the results of the 3rd round of the succession race on the ancient Yin Emperor tree slowly became clear. The 9th Prince Wang Yen and the 4th Prince Wang Yun led the other princes by a large margin. If nothing unexpected happened, these 2 would ascend to the top of the Yin Emperor tree and decide the victor. However, Not many people paid attention to the final outcome of this succession race. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace focused their gazes on the black hole, giving off space-time fluctuations. They showed horrified expressions and panted, not daring to say anything. This was too shocking. The ethereal Immortal Palace actually appeared. The strongest soul tool in the world, the Wings of Time, was in there as the epic changed. The ethereal Immortal Palace's importance went without saying. Perhaps whoever grasped the Wings of Time would have the absolute initiative at this juncture of the change of epics. It could even be said that whoever grasped the Wings of Time would be the next master of the era. The sovereign emperor could not help feeling. Now that it involved the change of an epic, the situation was likely not something that the imperial ancestral temple could control. In the past, faux gods had never paid attention to the prophecies of the ethereal Immortal Palace. However, if the ethereal Immortal Palace really appeared, no faux god would be able to sit still. Qin Zhao's Dragon Palace appeared, and dragon. At this moment, faux gods would definitely be alarmed. At that time, the imperial capital Yen City might become a battlefield for faux gods. Emperor and Dao Emperor and Chen and Hadden Mountain into and one. And 3 people stood at the foot of the huge Buddha statue at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. Abbot Su Yi stood in the middle, while sword god Su Han and the spring snow bladesman Pan Huang stood on the left and right. The 3 of them looked down the mountain. Even Pan Huang, who had always been aloof, showed a grave expression. The ethereal Immortal Palace really appeared. Abbot Su Yi pressed his palms together and let out a long sigh, his tone strangely grave. Su Han hugged a sword. Even from a great distance, he seemed to be able to see everything that happened in the ancient Yin Emperor tomb, not missing out on any details. Who do you think is his pawn? Pan Huang smiled and retorted, Who are you talking about? Su Han frowned slightly, somewhat unable to suppress his murderous intent. He retorted, Stop putting on an act. Do you know who I'm talking about? Haha. All right. I'll stop messing around with you. You do not dare to say his name, but I have nothing to fear. Are you trying to ask who among the people with the ethereal Immortal Palace keys is the faux god world's Holy Lord's pawn? Pan Huang did not care about the sword god's murderous intent. He smiled and continued, The geniuses nurtured by the 5 super factions are all possible. Perhaps it is Qin Ming, perhaps it is Wenrinyu, perhaps it is Chu Chaoyin. In any case, it can't be Xiao Qin, right? Su Han interrupted Pan Huang, saying softly, Right. Pan Huang's expression slowly turned serious. After some thought, he said, As for who is most likely, naturally it is Qin Ming. You and I both know that. The Golden Dragon Emperor's bloodline is a dog that he personally nurtured. Not to mention anything else, they are at least loyal. Hee. Abbot Su Yi felt a mountainous pressure as he stood between the 2. Only these 2 people dared to talk about the current era master without any inhibitions. Although the martial epic was on the verge of collapse, no matter what, the epic master was a horrifying existence that deterred an entire epic. Putting aside the Holy Lord, Xiao Qin looked at the current situation. Experts that only faux gods could sense were rushing over from all directions. Their strong auras spread throughout the Yenwu dynasty. These experts stared at the imperial capital, Yen City, like tigers eyeing their prey. Among them were some horrifying old monsters. The faux gods of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao descended silently. However, Su Han and Pan Huang chatted cheerfully, not caring about the arrival of these faux gods. Su Yi withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. The ethereal Immortal Palace has appeared, and the epic has changed. Strong enemies surround us, making life and death hard to predict. However, the 2 of you remain so calm. This old monk admires you. Since the 2 of us have already lit our divine flames, we are destined to be unable to sever the karma of the martial epic. No matter the outcome, Today should be the last time we make a move. It was as if Su Han was speaking his last words before his death. Words that would shock the world had been uttered by Su Han so casually. There was no nostalgia or pity in Su Han-shan's eyes. Instead, there was a fanaticism that bordered on madness. That was his dedication to the Sword Tao. To Su Han, life and death were not as important as the Sword Tao. Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, "Your backyard is in trouble. You should be even more anxious than the two of us. Can you deal with it?" When Su Yi heard that, his expression suddenly changed. Naturally, Pan Huang referred to Yuan Zhen, who appeared with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma. After a pause, Su Yi said somewhat helplessly, "Junior brother Su Yin already made a move. However, even if he successfully subdued Yuan Zhen, it would be pointless. The situation is already set. Be it the Black Lotus Church, the Azure Lotus Church, or the current Orthodox Buddhist sect, they were the two sides of the Kittagarbha Buddha. However, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had a completely different philosophy. Once the Kittagarbha Buddha gained the upper hand, the golden Kittagarbha Buddha statue on Spirit Vulture Mountain would instantly shatter. The consequences would be even more severe than the Black Lotus Church gaining the upper hand. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace already felt somewhat restless, feeling very unnatural. They could all guess that a startling battle would take place. A group of peerless experts that they could not understand would definitely fight each other over the wings of time. The Yenwu dynasty, which possessed deep accumulations, was like a small boat in a storm before this group of experts, unable to decide its own fate. Perhaps the Yenwu dynasty's clan elders already knew about this and participated in it. However, this made things difficult for them. They did not know what to do. Under the gazes of a group of faux gods, they did not dare to leave even if they wanted to. If they did not leave, they feared being implicated. The aloof experts who dominated a region or ruled the world all felt how insignificant they were before the epic's change. However, in reality, they did not know. The faux gods who looked so terrifying and powerful that they could not understand could not help themselves either. They were also like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any moment. The fear and anxiety in his heart were not any less than what they were feeling. In fact, he could empathize with them even more. One could say that the more one gained, the more one feared losing. However, more accurately, the deeper the karma, the harder it was to escape. Chapter 23-26. In the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, the 7 ethereal palace keys turned into a divine bird that was connected from head to tail, spinning nonstop. The pitch-black black hole in the circle was faintly emitting space-time fluctuations. Everyone present felt that it was the passageway to the Immortal Palace. However, guessing was just guessing. In front of the real passageway, the fanatical group of people all became cautious. A space-time tunnel. This was a space-time passageway. Who knew where it would lead to? There were just too many unexpected things. There was no lack of space-time cracks in the major wide world. Even if a faux god was unfortunate enough to be sucked into one, it would be difficult for them to escape. Furthermore, this group of sovereign emperors naturally did not dare to act rashly. "Are you going in?" Qin Ming had an impulse in his heart, and a fanatical flame flashed in his eyes. The dragon race had once used the wings of time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. Qin Ming had a special feeling toward the Immortal Palace and the wings of time. Sikong Shu looked around and saw Yuan Zhen, Yan Songming, Wenrinyu, and the others frowning slightly. They were all thinking of a foolproof plan, not intending to act rashly. It's better to be cautious. Although we have the treasure that the purple gold dragon emperor entrusted to us, we shouldn't reveal it too early. Withdrawing his gaze, Sikong Shu said in a deep voice. The fervor in Qin Ming's eyes intensified. He said softly, "What are you afraid of? Riches and honor come from danger. For the sake of the wings of time, we can definitely take this risk. As long as we seize the initiative, The wings of time will definitely be ours. The Silver Dragon King advised with a grave expression, "Don't be rash. Who here can guarantee that they do not have trump cards? Let's make a plan before we act. There are quite a few people here, and I still can't see through them." Sigh. Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King's sigh, Qin Mu's lips twitched, clearly dissatisfied. But in the end he calmed down and didn't say anything more. While the group watched and hesitated, Zhang He, who was now far away from the core zone, was with Lin Feng. When the 7 keys were connected end to end, he suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood flow reverse. He was in a trance, and his face was frighteningly pale. How unbearable! Jiang, he dropped to his knees with a thump, clutching his chest as he looked up into the distance at the dazzling circle of light where the key was connected to the divine bird. The field of vision was blurry and hazy. Nothing could be seen clearly. The inheritance key, is it really with me? Father, what did you do to me? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Zhang He, Zhang He. Beside him, Lin Feng jumped in fright and crouched to check on Zhang He's condition. Zhang He's consciousness blurred. All he felt was that he was immeasurably weak, and someone seemed to be calling his name beside his ear. His vision was filled with the bright light of the key. Compared to the physical pain, his heart hurt more. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess that the inheritance key was really related to him. But why didn't his father tell him? Why didn't you tell me? In his hazy consciousness, in his blurry vision, a figure appeared in the boundless light. That silhouette seemed illusory and ethereal under the light. Behind him, there was a little guy squinting his eyes as he looked at the back of the tall mountain with a gaze of worship. What do you think an expert is? The little guy clenched his fists, clenched his teeth, and firmly said, "Of course it's people like father. Only then can they be experts." Xiao Chen's father was a heaven dragon that everyone in the divine dragon empire respected. He was a heaven dragon that was even more powerful than the purple gold dragon emperor. Am I an expert? However, this empire has already rotted to its roots, becoming a dog in someone else's hands. I'm just a slightly stronger dog. The little guy revealed a confused expression on his cute face. He could not understand what his father was saying. The little guy bit his finger, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. This made his young and tender face look even cuter. Although that figure did not turn around, Xiao Qin could clearly see his appearance. He could not help smiling. Father is leaving. Remember to do your homework properly in the future. Don't ever be lazy. The little guy felt nervous for some reason. He ran over and hugged that figure's leg, stubbornly. Why does father have to leave? Little Jiang, he does not allow father to leave. Why? Because father has the heart of an expert. Little Jiang, you have to remember that being an expert is not about strength, but about one's heart. If you can understand this, you will become a heaven dragon one day as well. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, no matter how the little guy called out, that figure gradually moved further away until it vanished. The scene changed. A group of youths surrounded the little guy in Ancestor Dragon City, using their fists and legs to beat him up. Little bastard, you stole young Master Qin's things again. That's what you get for stealing. That's what you get for stealing. I'll beat you to death. You are indeed a lowly mixed-blood dragon. I wonder, why are you staying in Ancestor Dragon City? The little guy curled up on the ground. His face was swollen, but he tightly hugged a saber in his embrace, unwilling to let go. The little guy clenched his teeth. His eyes watered, but no tears fell. He stubbornly said, "I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. This is my father's saber. My father gave it to me." Ha ha ha. Your father is a sinner. Everything he has already been confiscated. Now it all belongs to young Master Qinming. Your father overestimated himself, wanting to rebel and sneak attack the purple gold dragon emperor. Sparing your life is a gift from the Qin clan. I won't allow you to say that my father is a heaven dragon. He is a heaven dragon. The little guy on the ground suddenly erupted with a ferocious expression, knocking back all the surrounding youths. Bang! However, the little guy only took 2 steps before he went flying back. A footprint appeared on his face, and blood flowed from his nose. The youth, Qin appeared and said indifferently, "Little mixed blood dragon, just keep this broken saber. This young master has many treasures. If you dare to steal in the future, it will not be as simple as beating you up. Bastard. Trash. Mixed blood dragon. Where did you get the face to stay in Ancestor Dragon City with us divine dragon bloodlines?" The youth slowly went far away. However, the unpleasant words did not disappear. The little guy hugged his saber and looked at the sky, ignoring these humiliating words. In his heart, he was thinking about why his father had left and why he hadn't said anything to him. In the blink of an eye, the little guy turned into Jianghe. Then he hugged his saber and looked at Ancestor Dragon City behind him. Jianghe showed a resolute and stubborn gaze as he clenched his right fist and said, "I must find you. I want to ask you why." Then he left Ancestor Dragon City without even looking back. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. After Jianghe fell, he started babbling nonsense, occasionally asking why. "Why do you have so many whys? You are about to die. What should I do now?" Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. He had never heard of Jianghe's situation before. His bloodline flowed in reverse. His divine energy turned chaotic, and his divine seal reversed. To think that he was still alive. Lin Feng, who was proficient in the Death Tao, could not understand this strange situation. Just as Lin Feng was at his wit's end, his expression changed slightly. Then he saw Jianghe's chest release a faint light. After a while, the light spread to Jianghe's entire body, slowly turning immaterial. What the heck? Lin Feng bent over, wanting to check. Then he placed his hand on Jianghe's body. Without any warning, the two vanished into thin air. Crack! At the same time, the black hole in the ring of light, formed by the key, suddenly shattered. As Xiaoqin looked into the circle, he saw a world inside. A palace that was sparkling and translucent like beautiful jade and gave off a celestial spiritual aura was faintly discernible. That palace looked ethereal amid the clouds, inspiring yearning. The ethereal immortal palace. Yan, Tsangming, the Silver Dragon King, and the others could no longer hold themselves back. To think of a perfect plan? To be cautious, someone else would take the initiative to enter the ethereal immortal palace. Whoosh! Immediately, light and figures flickered. Yuan Zhen, Yan Tsangming, and the others executed their various means, executing exquisite movement techniques as they flew towards the tunnel. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaoqin entered deep thought, not daring to be sure. Is it really an ethereal immortal palace? Unfortunately, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had no choice but to erase all his memories of the ethereal immortal palace. Back then, under the pressure of the Holy Lord and the experts under him, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been forced to hand over the wings of time. He had no choice but to erase his memories of this. Even though it was right before him, Xiaoqin could not learn too many clues. This is the ethereal immortal palace. The wings of time must be in there. Chu Chaoyin, who was beside Xiaoqin, showed a determined expression as he stood up and prepared to fly in. Xiaoqin asked, "Are you not going in with us?" "We'll talk after we enter." Chu Chaoyin's body paused slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he stayed behind in the end. "Big brother, is this person trustworthy?" Xiao Suo, who had been recuperating on the demon blood vulture, suddenly opened his eyes and asked as he watched Chu Chaoyin leave. Hao Kai also looked at Xiaoqin. After all, the two did not know about the past grudges between Chu Chaoyin and Xiaoqin. It was normal for Hao Kai to have such doubts. Is he trustworthy? Xiao Chen did not know, but he knew how to answer this question. He replied calmly, "My saber will never attack him first." Chapter 23:27. There were many mysteries about Chu Chaoyan. How did he enter the ancient Yan emperor tomb? What secrets did he have that he could not speak of? It was hard for Shao Chen to answer whether he believed it or not. However, Shao Chen was certain that no matter what, he would not take the initiative to attack Chu Chaoyan. Come, let's go as well. Shao Chen shouted, and the demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light, entering the space-time tunnel. Whoosh! The instant the demon blood vulture passed through the key, the scene changed. The demon blood vulture appeared in a mirror-smooth immortal lake with mist-like spiritual energy. A magnificent palace made of white jade stood in the center of the immortal lake. The palace looked like the most perfect work of art in the world. It was pure white and flawless, so perfect that it did not seem like something of this world. This made one sigh in amazement. When one looked at it, one could not bear to look away. The palace was like an otherworldly fairy, so beautiful that it entered one's heart. With just one look, one could not let it slip away. It made one forget everything, intoxicated with it, unable to wake up from this beautiful dream. That's not right. Shao Chen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly startled awake. His mind felt dazed. When Shao Chen's vision cleared, he saw that Xiao Suo and Wu Meng had already jumped off the demon blood vulture. As the two walked on the lake, they headed for the immortal palace. However, what was even more horrifying was that the two of them were slowly sinking deeper and deeper into the lake. Yet, they did not even realize it. Shao Chen soared into the air and turned into a beam of light before landing on the two. Then he grabbed one with each hand and pulled, ferociously pulling the two out. Whoosh! Water splashed everywhere, startling Xiao Suo and Wu Meng to their senses. They asked with some confusion, "What happened?" Shao Chen put down the two and honestly told them what he saw. The two paled in fright. They felt a chill run down their backs, and their bodies trembled slightly. This was too terrifying. They did not feel anything at all. The two were considered experts, but they did not feel anything earlier. If not for Shao Chen, they might have already sunk to the bottom of the lake. "Big brother, look!" On the surface of the lake, Xiao Suo suddenly jumped in fright. He pointed at the bottom of the lake and took a few steps back. At the bottom of the clear lake, there were many corpses of celestial fairies floating in the air. They looked exactly like how they were when they were alive. Their faces were beautiful, and their skin was as white as snow. However, there was no sign of life at all. It was extremely strange. Immortal Burial Lake. Seeing this scene, Shao Chen blurted out. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed a little confused. How did he know that this place was called the Celestial Burial Lake? It seemed like he had never seen such secrets or ancient records in hiding. Celestial Burial Lake? Hao Kai frowned slightly and muttered, "So, the legend is true." Xiao Suo asked curiously, "What legend?" Hao Kai looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Legend has it that before the immortal epic ended, the supreme female immortal of the immortal court, Shi Wangmu, sensed a calamity descending. He couldn't bear to see his face ruined and his body destroyed, so he led a group of fairies to throw themselves into an immortal lake at the peak of Mount Kunlun, committing suicide. At that time, all the people of the immortal court saw this shocking scene. That was how Immortal Burial Lake got its name. Shi Wangmu's death by jumping into the lake also marked the beginning of the immortal epic's destruction. Shi Wangmu had been in existence equal to an immortal king during the immortal epoch. Even in the martial epoch, one could find a few words about her in some hidden ancient texts. However, such a peerless and supreme Queen Mother of the West, in the face of the change of epochs, was completely defeated. Similarly, he was helpless and chose to end his own life. Xiao Suo immediately trembled. Then he said with some lingering fear, "That is to say, if not for Big Brother earlier, we would have gone down to accompany these immortal corpses." "You are Shi Wangmu, and you are also at the bottom of this immortal burial lake?" Xiao Qin asked as he looked at Hao Kai. Hao Kai shook his head and replied, I am not sure about that. I read about it in an ancient record. If not for Brother Xiao saying the words Immortal Burial Lake, I would not have remembered it. Big brother, how do you know about Immortal Burial Lake? Xiao Qin showed a complicated expression. However, he could not answer Xiao Suo's question. Perhaps he had read about it in an ancient record before. However, he had forgotten about it, just like Hao Kai. Then he suddenly recalled it. Let's not talk about this. Where are the others? Xiao Chen looked around but did not see Chu Chaoyan, Yuan Zhen, or the others. There was no aura at all. Indeed, where did these people go? Did they all sink? At the mention of this, Xiao Suo and Hao Kai revealed doubtful expressions. The demon blood vulture turned into a small scarlet bird and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then it sent a voice projection. Master, there seems to be a bewildering barrier here. Something like an illusion. If we cannot break it, we will never be able to see the true scene. Xiao Qin entered deep thought as he looked at the indistinct immortal palace in the spiritual fog. He basically agreed with the demon blood vulture's opinion. How do you know all this? I did not sense it. My clan has a similar place. The bewildering barrier is naturally formed by the world. There are no signs of formations at all. Unless one is prepared, no matter how high one's cultivation is, one will not be able to sense the bewildering barrier. Can you bring us through the bewildering barrier? How is that difficult? It is as simple as returning to myself. The demon blood vulture chuckled and turned into a flash of scarlet light, leading the way. Xiao Chen called out to Hao Kai and Xiao Suo. After some thought, he said, Follow it. Under the demon blood vulture's lead, the three moved over the mirror-smooth lake surface, which gave off spiritual energy. The three did not dare to lower their heads. The female immortals swimming at the bottom of the lake not only looked the same, but also had their eyes open. As long as one lowered their head, countless pairs of eyes would stare at them. This feeling was bone-chilling. No one dared to look at them for too long. I broke through. After a while, the demon blood vulture suddenly spoke, and the three's eyes lit up. The ethereal immortal palace hidden in the fog stood before them in its complete form, reflecting the lake. Without the hazy fog, the perfect and flawless ethereal immortal palace lost some of its mystery and allure. However, it gained a bewitching air. It was as beautiful as a bewitching air. Whoosh! Many gazes looked at Xiao Chen and the others, showing shock in their eyes. These gazes belonged to Yen, Songming, Yuan Zhen, Chu Chaoyan, and the others. They had broken through the bewildering barrier long ago. Xiao Chen immediately understood. These people clearly understood the ethereal immortal palace more than he did. These people had made preparations long ago and had supreme treasures for breaking through the bewildering barrier. After all, the superfactions had participated in the sealing of the wings of time back then. They would have left behind some information. If the blue dragon bloodline had not gone extinct, Xiao Chen would have obtained similar secrets. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Chu Chaoyan. He also knew about the bewildering barrier. Chu Chaoyan felt somewhat embarrassed. When he saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he turned his head and avoided it. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. If not for the demon blood vulture, he would continue to be trapped in the bewildering barrier. With just one glance, these people's gazes returned to the ethereal immortal palace. All of them frowned and sighed softly. Hao Kai observed their expressions and roughly understood what was going on. After some thought, he said, Without the inheritance key, no one can open this ethereal immortal palace. It looks like we made a wasted trip. Looking at the dispirited expressions of Yuan Zhen, Qin Ming, and the others, Xiao Chen guessed that these people must have used some tricks. However, they could not open the ethereal immortal palace. They could only watch helplessly. Brother Xiao, everyone has already tried. No one can open the ethereal immortal palace. Do you want to try? She, who stood with Ming Xian and Yang Qing in the distance, asked with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Qin. The others' gazes immediately landed on Xiao Qin again. A bright light flashed in their eyes. This Xiao Qin had done many startling things. He was also one of the people that the sovereign emperors present could not figure out. Perhaps he could open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Qin knew that he did not understand the ethereal immortal palace as much as these people. Without the inheritance key, there was no other way to open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen did not reply to Shi. He just sized up the ethereal immortal palace in a daze. At such a close distance, he was only 10 kilometers from the ethereal immortal palace. Now he could clearly see every detail of the ethereal immortal palace. The shock and astonishment in his heart became even more exaggerated. This ethereal immortal palace was so perfect that it did not look like it came from a human. It was like a powerful treasure, filled with boundless charm. However, something strange happened just at this moment. The calm lake suddenly started trembling. A terrifying existence was slowly awakening at the bottom of the lake. That strong aura surged out of the water, inspiring despair. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake opened and closed their mouths, giving off strange sounds. If one listened carefully, one would hear the words Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Thousands of celestial voices gathered together. The expressions of the prodigies and outstanding talents on the lake changed drastically, and they all felt anxious and uneasy. In the face of this unknown and strange situation, he wasn't mentally prepared. Boom! The lake trembled even more intensely. Finally, it gave off a loud boom. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake leaped out. If this were the immortal epic, this scene would be very alluring, like a fairy coming out of a bath. However, this was a group of flying immortal corpses. Chapter 23-28. Flying immortal corpses. The immortal corpses broke out of the calm immortal lake. Plop, plop. Countless female immortal corpses broke out of the water like fish dancing in the air. These female immortal corpses had agile figures, beautiful faces, and unmatched talent. Their skin was snow white and gentle like jade. They had all the beauty that women in the world envied. However, they did not have any life. Immediately, immortal corpses filled the air above Immortal Burial Lake, swimming like mermaids. Sky Dome! Sky Dome! Sky Dome! Deep, hoarse voices continuously came from the depths of the lake. The scene before them shocked Xiao Qin, Yan Songming, Qin Ming, and the other outstanding talents. Their minds went blank for a moment. These were once immortal corpses that everyone looked up to, inviolable immortals. The lake water splashed and fell like rain. Everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, the eyes of these female immortal corpses turned scarlet at the same time, exuding overwhelming, killing chi. Whoosh! 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 Without giving Yan Songming and the others time to react, the immortal corpses swam in the air like mermaids and attacked them. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The attacks of these immortal corpses were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 immortal corpses charged at Xiao Chen. Their eyes were scarlet as they pounced over like wild beasts. Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen drove the 10,000 dragons art in his body, and a king's dragon might spread out from his body. A blue dragon image appeared behind him as he raised his hand and punched. Boom! The dragon image flickered as Xiao Chen punched with the aura of a prime. The fist light exploded, and dragon might spread out. Xiao Chen directly knocked back the 3 immortal corpses. This was much simpler than he expected. Xiao Chen easily knocked back the immortal corpses with just 1 punch, which stunned him slightly. However, when he saw the immortal corpses flying over at an even more horrifying speed, as if nothing had happened, his expression changed drastically. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the strongest offensive fist technique in the world. Furthermore, Shao Chun drove it with the 10,000 Dragons Art's third layer, which carried the king's blue dragon might. Even a great perfection sovereign emperor would find this punch unbearable. However, these immortal corpses were not damaged at all. Naturally, Shao Chun was shocked and raised his guard. Bang! Bang! Shao Chun continuously sent out the Supreme Dragon Fist. The immortal corpses that surrounded him could not get close at all. Shao Chun also discovered that the attacks of these immortal corpses were completely disorganized. Aside from his incredible speed, he did not know any celestial arts, martial techniques, or magic treasures. He could only rely on his physical body. But that was enough. Before he died, he already had an immortal spirit body. After becoming an immortal corpse, his physical body would only be even more terrifying. Ordinary attacks would not be able to severely injure these immortal corpses, much less kill them. At present, there seemed to be no danger, but as time went on, it would be disastrous. No one would be able to leave this place alive. Not a single one of them would be able to leave. An unsolvable situation. Evidently, the other outstanding talents had also predicted this outcome. Their expressions all changed drastically. Damn it. What's going on with these immortal corpses? Qin Ming used the Emperor Dragon Fist to fight. Although there were no major problems, he gradually found it somewhat taxing. According to the information left behind by the Bushan Palace, the corpses of the immortals were indeed buried under the lake. However, they were all antiques from the previous epoch. They could not be any more dead, so there was no danger at all. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared, at most, one would not be able to enter because one did not have the inheritance key. Shao Chen had never said that he would encounter such a desperate situation. How troublesome! Ming Xian frowned heavily as he watched the wounds on the immortal corpses slowly recover from the Buddhist sect's secret technique. The Buddhist sect's secret technique had a strong counter to corpses like zombies and desolate slaves. However, it did not seem to be as effective this time. Is it because they are all immortal spirit bodies? As Ming Xian blocked the immortal corpses' attacks, he calmly analyzed the situation to see if he could find the immortal corpses' weaknesses. Yuan Zhen, who sat on the lotus platform, held up a light barrier shining with Buddhist light. The immortal corpses continuously attacked the light barrier. Ripples and cracks appeared on the light barrier. Although the cracks were small and unnoticeable, they would break sooner or later. Yuan Zhen considered retreating. In any case, he could not open the ethereal immortal palace, so he might as well leave. The wings of time were crucial to the change of epochs. Naturally, it would be best to obtain them. However, if no one could obtain them, it would not be unacceptable. Yuan Zhen looked up at the sky, where a black hole swallowed up the sun. That was the passageway formed by the 7 keys. However, when Yuan Zhen looked at the densely packed immortal corpses in the air, he shook his head helplessly. Yan Songming, who was skilled in the Death Dao, originally felt happy. He wanted to use the Death Dao's mysteries to control these immortal corpses. If he succeeded, he would immediately be unrivaled in this place. He would no longer have to worry about a threat. However, when he tried, he discovered that the other party could swallow up his Death Dao. Even after Yan Songming's Death Dao invaded the other party's soul, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to try. On the other hand, she showed a rather relaxed expression. The blood dragon in his sage cloak circled him, dancing up and down. Its dragon head roared ferociously, and its scarlet claws moved like lightning. There was practically no need for she to make a move. Scarlet shadows surrounded him, forming an impenetrable defense. Bang! Shao Chun attacked again, sending 3 immortal corpses flying. However, a group of them immediately appeared. Even though Shao Chun did his best to dodge, several immortal corpses still managed to strike his alloy dragon armor with their palms or claws. Whoosh! Shao Chun took 3 steps back. The alloy dragon armor absorbed most of the force for him, so his physical body did not suffer much damage. However, when Shao Qin saw the few clear scratches on the alloy dragon armor, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. Even spirit tools could not leave marks on the alloy dragon armor. Demon Blood Vulture, go and try swallowing one. Shao Qin had already sensed the horror of this group of immortal corpses. He placed his right hand on the scabbard of the tyrant saber on his back. Master, I can't. This group of women have terrifying death spirit chi on them. I can't swallow them. The demon blood vulture's body trembled, revealing the fear in its heart. To think that even the demon blood vulture, which dares to swallow anything, is afraid. What exactly are the origins of this group of immortal corpses? Whoosh! Suddenly, Shao Chen's entire body froze. His pores opened up as a terrifying gaze stared at him. The thing that Shao Chen feared the most happened. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake, which kept shouting for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, finally targeted Shao Chen. All this while, Shao Chen did not want to associate this voice with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Shao Chen had just arrived at this strange place when the words Immortal Burial Lake came out of his mouth for no reason. This made him feel that something was wrong. Then, the group of immortal flying corpses cried out in unison. This deepened Shao Chen's suspicions. He kept his guard up, hoping that it was just a coincidence. However, it looked like Shao Chen was overthinking. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake came for him. The group of immortal flying corpses also appeared because of him. Oh no! Feeling that the monster at the bottom of the lake was about to attack, Shao Chen let go and switched to his saber, preparing to take out Heavenly Slayer. However, before Shao Chen could let go, the horrifying existence at the bottom of the lake pulled him down. With a splash, he dove into the bottom of the lake. Big brother! Shao Sua's expression changed dramatically. He waved the scarlet blood war banner in his hand and sent it flying, sending the immortal corpses flying. Without even thinking, Shao Sua prepared to jump down after Shao Chen. I can't. Just as Shao Sua was about to sink to the bottom of the lake, Hao Kai fished him up. Hao Kai demanded angrily, Are you crazy? The surface of this immortal burial lake is the line of life and death. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. It does not matter if you are a sovereign emperor or a faux god. Even immortals cannot avoid it. But big brother, he got pulled down. Shao Sua appeared somewhat flustered, his voice trembling as he spoke. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of several people. To think that Shao Chen slipped up and got pulled down to the bottom of the lake by the immortal corpses. This was too strange. Some of Shao Chen's enemies were present. However, they did not feel happy in their hearts. Even they could hold on. Given Shao Chen's strength, how did he get pulled down to the bottom of the lake? Dead. Qi Ming showed a stunned expression, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. They had heard of the legend of Immortal Burial Lake before. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. Life and death were separated by a thin line. Once one crossed that line, even an immortal would die. Strange. The more they thought about it, the stranger it became. Panic and fear stirred in their hearts. When people face the unknown, they would always feel fear. However, the attacks of the immortal corpses did not stop because of Shao Chen's strange sinking into the lake. The danger that this group faced had not been resolved yet. They might end up like Shao Chen at any moment. Crack! Just as everyone felt worried, confused, and horrified, a melodious sound suddenly came from the ethereal immortal palace. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the ethereal immortal palace. This sound was like the most beautiful music in the world. In an instant, everyone's gazes were attracted to him. They saw someone push open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace, which everyone had used countless means but could not open. We finally came out. Lin Feng, who was covered in wounds, showed a relaxed expression as he carried the half-dead Jiang He on his back and appeared at the ethereal Immortal Palace's doors. The scene of flying immortal corpses, which looked like 10,000 demons dancing around, stunned Lin Feng. The instant Lin Feng's hand touched Jiang he was transported to a dangerous land filled with ancient era's immortal birds and great, desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Lin Feng, who could barely handle the situation in the first place, had to take care of Jiang He. One could easily imagine how miserable he was. However, this dangerous land was like a maze. He could not find the exit. When Lin Feng finally found the exit after much difficulty, he saw the immortal corpses, Yan, Songming, and the other outstanding talents in sorry states surrounded. Despair involuntarily welled up in the depths of Lin Feng's heart. The doors are open. Before Lin Feng could react, the eyes of the people fighting the immortal corpses blazed with a frenzied flame. They instantly brought out their various Dao domains. Then, the group charged towards the ethereal Immortal Palace's entrance at an incredible speed without any regard for their lives. Chapter 23-29. At the entrance of the ethereal Immortal Palace, Lin Yun cursed and quickly dodged when he saw the crowd charging over. Whoosh! 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 Yuan Zhen rode on his lotus platform, bathing in a Buddhist light as he led the charge in. Before entering, Yuan Zhen glanced at Lin Feng. After hesitating for half a second, Yuan Zhen directly charged in, ignoring Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng and Jiang he suddenly appeared in the ethereal Immortal Palace and pushed open the doors while everyone was in despair. No matter how one looked at it, this was extremely strange. Naturally, it would be for the best if one could capture these two calmly. However, even if one delayed, it did not mean that others would be delayed. If one delayed, one would lose the initiative. One wrong step and lose everything. Following that, the Silver Dragon King, Wenrenyu, and the others charged into the ethereal Immortal Palace. Some glanced at Lin Feng, and some ignored him. The doors were already open. Nothing was more important than charging into the ethereal Immortal Palace. However, some people did not want to let Lin Feng and Jiang He off. Whoosh! Whoosh! She's group of 3 blocked Lin Feng and the unconscious Jiang He, showing malicious intent in their eyes. However, she attacked without saying a word. The scarlet dragon images, circling around, shouted and roared ferociously at Lin Feng at lightning speed. The scarlet dragon image carried the horrifying demonic might of a dynasty as it charged over in Lin Feng's eyes. In Lin Feng's vision, this scarlet dragon image was vast and boundless, exuding an overwhelming aura. Lin Feng, who had already fought a bitter battle in the ethereal Immortal Palace, showed a troubled expression when he faced this attack. Even if he could receive it, he would definitely be severely injured. At that time, he would be captured. Naturally, the best choice was to give up on Jiang He and leave alone. Just as Lin Feng felt troubled, a figure shielded him and swung his sword without hesitation. Everlasting primal chaos! Chi! The scarlet dragon image clashed with the sword light and quickly sliced it in half. How strong! Lin Feng felt startled. The person in front of him actually broke the scarlet dragon image with one sword strike. Whoosh! The 2 halves of the scarlet dragon image returned to Xi's side and reformed. Xi, don't be so ruthless, Chu Chaoyan said as he looked at Xi's group of 3. She smiled faintly and said indifferently, Don't you want to know how he entered the ethereal Immortal Palace? Chu Chaoyan said expressionlessly, I'm more concerned about whether you can catch up to the others if you continue to delay. Xi's expression suddenly turned gloomy when he finished speaking. If it weren't for Chu Chaoyan's interference, he wouldn't have needed to waste so much time. With his strength, it wouldn't have taken much effort at all. I let you escape last time, but you're getting bolder and bolder. Murderous intent accumulated in Xi's eyes, and his expression flickered, making him unfathomable. Although you are strong, I have never truly feared you. No one here understands you better than I do. Chu Chaoyan remained calm and collected. He did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the other party's threat. So. Right at this moment, two figures flew over. It was Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. Brother Chu, do you need help? Xiao Suo asked softly as she held the Scarlet Blood War banner and landed beside Chu Chaoyan. Let's go. Upon seeing Xiao Suo and Hao Kai arrive, she withdrew his aura and left decisively. As everyone watched the three leave, they heaved a sigh of relief. She's strength was too unfathomable. No one could lower their guard against him. Chu Chaoyan glanced at the many immortal corpses surrounding them. He frowned and said, "Let's go to the ethereal immortal palace first. These immortal corpses don't seem to dare to enter. We can't go in. The ancient immortal beasts and great, desolate Aeon ferocious beasts are even more horrifying." When Lin Feng heard that they were about to enter the ethereal immortal palace again, he immediately recalled the horrifying experience from before. No matter how horrifying it is, it won't be as horrifying as this place. Let's go in first, Hao Kai said with lingering fear as he looked at the immortal corpses. Whoosh! The group ascended the ethereal immortal palace's entrance. Indeed, the immortal corpses that chased after them did not advance any further. I'm going in. Do you want to come with me? Chu Chaoyan asked as he looked at Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. He definitely had to fight for the wings of time and could not remain here. There's no need. Xiao Suo shook his head and said resolutely, We have to wait here for Brother Xiao Qin. Very well, you can stay here, then. However, I want to take this person away. Chu Chaoyun's gaze fell on Jiang He. His expression did not change, but his words shocked everyone. He wanted to take Jiang He away. You are indeed not a good person, Xiao Suo said with a cold gaze as his figure flashed, shielding Jiang He and Lin Feng. Chu Chaoyan had a deep gaze as he said after some thought, He is the crux of the wings of time. I have to take him away. However, I guarantee that I will not harm his life. Do you think that I will let you take him away? Xiao Suo showed a cold smile as he looked at Chu Chaoyan with murderous intent in his eyes. That is not up to you. Right after Xiao Suo spoke, Chu Chaoyan's figure turned blurry. The space where he was turned chaotic, making it impossible for anyone to catch him. Where is he? Hao Kai and Xiao Suo charged forward. However, they could not find Chu Chaoyan at all, greatly startling them. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed, and Chu Chaoyan carried the unconscious Jiang as he dashed past the two. Damn it! After him! The three of them cursed and rushed forward. Chu Chaoyan, who moved with the wind, looked back at the cloud-like figure in front. A golden light flickered in Chu Chaoyan's eyes, and golden flames surged out, forming a sea of fire that blocked the three. It's the universe origin true flame. Hao Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He stretched out his hands and blocked Xiao Suo and Lin Feng. Why are you stopping? That fellow is already far away. Xiao Suo raged. While he looked crude and rash as he walked on the sea, he had a forthright and righteous nature. In Xiao Suo's heart, righteousness always took precedence. He would never forget the kindness of others. Xiao Qin gave him everything he had. Without Xiao Qin, Xiao Suo would not have obtained the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance or reached his current height. That Xiao Qin was Xiao Suo's benefactor. Hence, Xiao Suo was willing to do anything for Xiao Qin without hesitation. Such a person hated betrayal the most. He could not even tolerate a sesame-sized stain. If Xiao Suo could, he would have killed Chu Chaoyan right now. He had come over to help Chu Chaoyan deal with Shi in vain. In the end, it turned out that this fellow was a liar, no different from Shi. Lin Feng's gaze turned grave as he looked at the blazing golden flame. Fear flashed in his eyes. This is the universe origin true flame that surpasses rank 9. It already comes in contact with the universe origin true flame's origin. If we charge over rashly, we will die a miserable death. Hao Kai said after some thought, "Unexpectedly, there is such a strong person hidden beside us. He is not much weaker than she. However, I have a way to deal with this flame." "How?" "Fight fire with fire." Boom! A resplendent flame blazed around Hao Kai's body. The solar true flame blazed fiercely. Hao Kai wanted to use his solar true flame to burn away all of Chu Chaoyun's universe origin true flame. Although the other party's flame was stronger than Hao Kai's, Chu Chaoyun was already far away. If Hao Kai continued to use his soul energy to control the solar true flame, he would eventually be able to burn away the sea of fire before him. However, it would take some time. After shaking off Xiao Sua's group, Chu Chaoyun continued running without stopping. Everywhere Xiao Sua passed were the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and great, desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Yuan Zhen, the Silver Dragon King, and the others who led the way, must have brought out all their trump cards. The dirty blood had dyed the beautiful, jade-like palace walls and the ground bright red. However, the strange thing was that as the blood seeped into the jade, the glow of the palace walls and floor became even brighter. Chu Chaoyun did not go far before he stopped with a slight frown. Then a person walked out from a corner in front, smiling at Chu Chaoyun. This was the Xuewu dynasty Shi. A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. After some thought, he said, "It looks like you guessed it as well. The so-called inheritance key is Zhang he himself." She smiled faintly and said, "I can only say that the previous generation Heaven Dragon's means are indeed brilliant. Normally, Zhang he is Zhang he. When the Heaven Dragon brings out his mysteries, he will activate the inheritance key hidden in his body, bringing out the ethereal immortal palace." "What are you trying to do?" Chu Chaoyun asked, not saying anything more. "Naturally, I am trying to extract the inheritance key from his body. Don't you want to? You have a deep understanding of me. How can I not guess your background?" "Hee hee. Actually, I should have appeared at the banquet and waited for you to kill him to obtain the inheritance key." She narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled playfully. "There's no need to pretend. You and I are the same kind of person. It just so happens that the two of us can work together to break the previous generation Heaven Dragon's restrictions. After we obtain the inheritance key, we can fight for it with our strength." Chu Chaoyun showed a smile on his face, showing a mocking expression in his eyes. "I never thought of killing him. It looks like you do not understand me. Move aside." Chapter 2330. It looks like you do not understand me. Get out of my way. Chu Chaoyun did not even consider Xi's suggestion, directly rejecting it. "Are you sure?" Xi's face sank as he said coldly, "This time, I will not give you a chance to escape." Chu Chaoyun retorted indifferently, "Is that so? If the two of us fight at full power, whether you are willing or not, Zhang he will die for sure. If the previous generation Heaven Dragon dies before the restriction on him is broken, the inheritance key might be destroyed as a result. Are you sure? Given the two's strength, if they fought at full power, they would not be able to control it. He would definitely not be able to control it in the end, and it would definitely affect the unconscious Zhang he. The result went without saying. Are you threatening me? Xi's expression turned extremely sullen. Although he did not want to admit it, what Chu Chaoyun said was indeed very likely. Am I? I am just stating the truth. Or do you really think that we are the same kind of person? Chu Chaoyun revealed a faint smile as he looked at Xi calmly. Xi's gaze was deep. He discovered that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun, not knowing how to describe him. While Xi was said to value relationships, he was not like Xiao Qin, who would unconditionally protect the people important to him. If it were Xiao Qin, he would absolutely not use Zhang He's death to force Xi. While Xiao Qin placed his own interests above all else, he rejected working with Xi, a decision that would maximize his own benefits. Xiao Qin's words were filled with contradictions. Xiao Chen wanted to protect the persistence in his heart, but had no choice but to compromise with reality. This was the best portrayal of Xiao Qin. With the epic changing, such a person was the most pitiful. Living like you is really tiring. She revealed a pitiful expression as he said indifferently, I do not need to force you, whether you are willing or not. Time will slowly force you to make a choice. I just need to wait patiently. Right after she spoke, he turned illusory, slowly vanishing from Chu Chaoyun's sight. Chu Chaoyun's smile froze. Then he revealed unprecedented grief, the helplessness of having his disguise seen through. The scene of Xiao Chen drawing his saber after learning the truth in Black Wind Ridge appeared in his mind again. That saber strike destroyed the sinister wind that lingered in Black Wind Ridge for 10,000 years, venting all the dissatisfaction in his heart. That saber strike displayed the determination in Xiao Chen's heart. Even if he faced a change in fortuitous encounters, he would also draw his saber without hesitation. No matter how difficult it was, he would press forward and face it head-on. He would never retreat. Withdrawing his thoughts, Chu Chaoyun remained impassive as he continued forward with Jiang He on his back. There were ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts everywhere in the Immortal Palace. Yuan Zhen and the others, who were searching for the wings of time, did not have a smooth journey. They stumbled along the way. However, these people were either outstanding talents among outstanding talents, demonic geniuses, or peak, great perfection sovereign emperors. No matter how strong the ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts were, they could not compare to the immortal corpses outside. The group of people advanced madly, each using their trump cards, continuously advancing into the depths of the Immortal Palace. Damn it, we can't catch up to him. After Xiao Suo Lin Feng and Hao Kai crossed the Sea of Fire, they could not see Chu Chaoyun at all. Lin Feng closed his eyes and did his best to recall something. After a while he opened his eyes and said, I know where he is. Oh. Xiao Suo and Hao Kai revealed suspicious gazes as they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said after some thought, It should be the great hall that Jiang He and I first appeared in. Now that I think about it, that should be the core region of the ethereal Immortal Palace. However, there were immortal birds and ferocious beasts everywhere at that time. I did not dare to linger, so I charged out with him. Xiao Suo thought for a while before saying, If you had not left back then, you might have obtained the wings of time already. I did not see the wings of time. At that time, I also did not expect this to be the ethereal Immortal Palace. Lin Feng answered honestly. At that time he had been confused, not knowing how he got to this place. Hao Kai said after some thought, Let's not talk about this for now. Bring us over. Follow me. Along the way, the ground was littered with the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and primordial beasts. The blood hadn't dried yet, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The speed of the three of them was not considered fast. On one hand, Lin Feng needed time to recall. On the other hand, he would occasionally encounter immortal birds and ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Xiao Suo and Hao Kai were around. One had inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable will, and the other was a great perfection, six-veined sovereign emperor. With the three of them working together, there were almost no immortal birds or ferocious beasts that they could not defeat. Just like that, they killed their way over. After an hour, Lin Feng pointed to the exit in front of them and said, If I remember correctly, it should be the hall in front. Let's go and take a look. They passed through the passageway and entered the hall. In an instant, his eyes lit up. The spacious circular hall had a towering dome, and above the dome was a moving galaxy, sun and moon. The sky was filled with dazzling stars. The floor of the hall was made of pure, white, immortal jade. It was seamless and emitted a dazzling light like white snow. Suddenly entering such a bright hall, Xiao Suo and the other two were not used to it. This is the place, Lin Feng said softly as he sized up the hall. Although Lin Feng had been here once before, he had not been able to stay for long before the immortal birds and ferocious beasts surging over from all directions scared him into fleeing. Now that he was here again, he could not help looking around curiously. A vast star chart hung above the core hall. Stars flickered, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the entire hall, making it look dreamy. When one entered, one's emotions, physical body, and soul naturally turned ethereal, feeling somewhat unreal. An even more dazzling 5-colored divine stone was placed on a stone pillar in the center of the hall. Red, orange, yellow, green, and blue flickered with light, changing endlessly. The interior of the 5-colored divine sense was an azure liquid that looked like ripples from space-time fluctuations. Xiao Sua immediately said, "It turns out that the space-time fluctuations we sensed in the outside world came from this 5-colored divine sense. Could it be that the wings of time are sealed in there?" Hao Kai showed a grave expression as he thought of a possibility. "That's very possible," Xiao Sua said softly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings and discovered that there were many passageways in the hall. It wouldn't be long before the others arrived. There were immortal birds and ferocious beasts in the ethereal immortal palace, as well as maze-like, winding corridors. If not for Lin Feng having been here once before, he could not have arrived before the others. However, he would not have been much faster. What should we do now? To think that Chu Chaoyan is not here. Xiao Sua glanced at the 5-colored divine stone and ignored it. He felt somewhat depressed that he could not find Chu Chaoyan. Let's wait first. Since he is here for the wings of time, he will definitely come. Someone is coming. Hao Kai, who was speaking, frowned slightly. The three quickly raised their guard and retreated to the edge of the hall. Whoosh! A Buddhist light flooded the dreamy hall. It was Yuan Zhen who had rushed in first, flying in while seated on a lotus platform. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Zhen's lotus platform was stained with blood. Clearly, Yuan Zhen had killed many people along the way before finally reaching this step. The wings of time. The instant Yuan Zhen looked at the 5-colored divine stone, he immediately sensed the space-time ripples in it. His expression changed slightly. Yuan Zhen immediately concluded that the wings of time were sealed in the 5-colored divine stone. Dong! 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 Just as Yuan Zhen was about to make a move, the Silver Dragon King, Qin Ming, and Sikong Shu rushed in from another passageway, covered in blood. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the 5-colored divine stone, and a frenzied flame immediately blazed in his eyes. The wings of time. I finally found it. After so much effort, I finally found it. Qin Ming revealed boundless joy on his face. When he glanced around and saw Yuan Zhen, heavy murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Humph! On the lotus platform, Yuan Zhen showed a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with mockery. Before the two sides could fight, when Rinyu and Dao Yan, Yin Songming and Zhen Yuan, Shi Mingxian and Yang Qing all came out from different passageways. Looking around, nearly all the holders of the ethereal immortal palace keys had charged over with their companions. This was the final place where the wings of time were hidden. Murderous intent gathered in Xiao Sua's eyes as he looked around. However, he did not see Chu Chaoyan's figure. Damn it! Where is this ungrateful fellow hiding? However, Qin Ming, Wenrinyu, and the others showed cautious gazes as they watched the others. At a crucial moment, they might get killed by the others if they were not careful. The wings of time were right before them. Everyone wanted to obtain them. However, there was only one wings of time in the end. No matter who wanted to monopolize it, they would face a situation where everyone would attack them. No one dared to act rashly. The atmosphere slowly turned strange. At some point in time, Qin Ming's group slowly closed the distance between Wenrinyu and Dao Yan, Yan Songming, Zhen Yuan, and she slowly moved closer. Everyone could foresee that a battle of life and death would soon break out. Before life and death, it was human instinct to stick together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The two sides happened to be the righteous Tao and demonic Tao. The Buddhist sects Yuanzhen remained neutral, not leaning on anyone. On the other hand, Shao Sua's group of three was ignored. They had an inseparable connection to Shaoqin. Clearly, neither the righteous Tao nor the demonic Tao could tolerate Shao Chen's existence, which implicated Shao Sua's group of three. Yuanzhen, the hidden spirit temple, has always been a righteous Tao sect. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation by not siding with us? Qin Ming asked coldly as he looked at Yuanzhen on the lotus platform. As Qin Ming spoke, Shi and Yan Songming also looked at Yuanzhen. Clearly, neither the righteous Tao nor the demonic Tao would allow a strong existence to watch from the sidelines. If Yuanzhen still did not express his stance, the righteous Tao and demonic Tao might work together to finish him off, not giving him a chance to take advantage of the situation. Facing Qin Ming's overbearing attitude, Yuanzhen said indifferently, "Buddha is not Buddha, demon is not demon. This humble monk does not want to get involved in the karma of your two factions." The moment Yuanzhen said that, the righteous Tao and demonic Tao glared at each other. Whoosh! However, just as the righteous Tao and demonic Tao prepared to work together to finish off Yuanzhen, the five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar suddenly soared into the air. When everyone looked up, they saw a person descend from the starry sky. Jiang He's eyes were tightly shut as he faced the ground. His chest gave off a complicated light as he slowly descended. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in Jiang He's body. As the light spread out, it slowly dissolved. One descended from the sky, and the other soared into the air. Jiang, he slowly approached the five-colored divine stone. Everyone showed some confusion on their faces. Only she showed a cold smile. He had long expected that Chu Chaoyan would undo the restriction left by the previous generation Heaven Dragon at the crucial moment. Whether Chu Chaoyan was willing or not, he had to make a decision. It was not up to him.